Hello, it's Cat here. We're gonna continue with Sherlock Holmes chapter 1. We finished at least the main case, the two first chapters of the game. So that means we started A Modest Love, but it is a case that continues the whole game through. We finish The Ghost of the Past, so the prologue introduction to Cordona. We finish technically the third main case of main story, third chapter, The Gilded Cage. After that one, you're free to explore everything you want. We finish all the police cases, so that's the fourth one happens automatically when you go to the police station. That is the Master of the Skies case. And afterwards, if you finish that one, you just have to go to the bulletin board. It's on the left side when you enter the police station. And then you can do the other police cases. You can find a new one each time after you finished one. So that was the collie shangle, splitting the loot. What was did in the shadows, the scapegoat, and then after you did that one, you will automatically get the Plan B case. So, so let's continue with the story. Did that one. The game is also from, if I remember correctly, yesterday. The game is available on all the newest consoles as well as PlayStation 4. And you also had a new add-on item. It was the starter pack, which you get 500 in-game money, 2 outfits, and the pre-order bonus case, the Zeppelin one. So we have that one now, right now. So at this point, we're gonna focus now mainly on the finishing some cases. Oh yeah, we also finished the Silence is Golden case. That will automatically happen when you in the City Hall Square, and there's also where the whole case is started and finished, so that is quite an easy one, a fast one to finish. So yeah, we're gonna do figure the one out for the Zeppelin one. In the case book you have the archive, that is the ones that are completed, where you either find the culprit or solve the mystery or revisit the memory. Cordona stories are the ones you can find in the city that has more to do with the citizens' history of Cordona, sort of from when Sherlock was running around when he was younger, and the case is the same. So far as I can remember, the majority of the cases up to now that we found. We did find some, but we didn't start all of them. So yeah, you get already the information, so you can continue them if you want that. Yeah, so I'm gonna find the area to start the Zeppelin one, about the one that's floating in the air. It was a pre-order bonus, but is now available in an... Yeah, okay, sorry. So it was a pre-order bonus, and now it's available for all to go. We have to check.
Extra! Elephant adopted! Again! The killer elephant Goliath has been adopted by Fergus Tailheart and can breed on... Interesting.
So yeah, so
check the front page.
Finish important case. You can read about the consequences, like what it had, but it doesn't really impact your story or gameplay at all. It's just like, depending on what decision you have made, how the people of Cordona reacted, and it's written in the newspaper. So you have one from the Murder on the Loose. That was the first case you had when you entered Cordona. The one with medium, the hive gets stung. That has to do with all the police cases you can do. And then the elephant one is the Gilded Cage from the main story case. And this is a short one. It says, elephant adopted again. Second time Goliath was adopted, first owned by Theodore Gilden. The elephant snapped and killed his owner, and in an unfortunate incident last week, despite the best efforts of the victim's daughter to see the animal executed, Goliath was spared when philanthropist Fergus Tilward arranged for its collection. If, as rumored, Mr. Tilward already owns a female elephant, Goliath ought to be pleased. That said, the vengeful Mrs. Gilder has now taken her case to court to see justice dealt and the creature executed. So yeah, in that case, the Gilded case, it was important that
You won't regret it.
that you saved the elephant. So yeah, just not have him executed, because if you didn't do that, you will have unlocked another trophy. That was the one with saving the elephant. So yeah, where are we? So yeah, upon the first mission with disguises, you can have disguises unlocked. The majority of them, all the disguises, you can rent them for free, so you don't have to buy them. So yeah, for example, let's go over them quickly. This one was from the starter pack. This one is from the starter pack. You might need a sailor uniform for a case, but you can either get buy or rent it. So the one with the blue color or the white color, the rags you might use maybe once. The criminal chic, I'm sure I did use most of the time the worker's apron. And for the rest, the orders are stylish. The Sherlock suit is standard. Ice cream man suit was from a DLC. The widow's outfit is, I think it was also from a DLC. Gangster Slavic, I think as well. The black suit is from a DLC. This DLC. This from a DLC, an add-on. This one as well, because from the Plague Doctor, the police uniform you get when you finish the first police case. And then Sherlock with no jacket, that happens automatically. And same with John, those are from DLC content. So yeah, let's continue with the game. So after you finish at least the first 2 chapters, so up till the Gilded Cage case, then you're able to, so far as I know, you can do any case that's on the island, like the Cordona stories, the cases, the DLC content, without problems. Because before that, I think it has to do with certain criteria you have to have met. That's also written in some of the DLC content that states you have to at least finish first chapter or the second case to explain it. Yeah, most of the time you can only talk to people if you have a case item pinned. Otherwise, most of the people are just walking. Otherwise you cannot talk to them. And sometimes you need to change your outfit based on the people you want to talk to, because they will either say, yeah, why would someone like you talk to me? So yeah, you do need to adjust the clothing sometimes. And the fact that you can change John's outfit is just, it's more like for the fun of it, because most people don't see John, so it doesn't really impact him in that case. So yeah, we are now in the outskirts of the card in the Grand Surrey. Surrey, I'm not sure how pronunciation, but we're on the tip of the end here, like on the end of the harbor where you can look over the water. You have a telescope here, and you have to, I guess, look to it if it's possible, but it might be too dark. I'm not sure. Or it's not open yet, I'm not sure.
Excuse me, just one question.
I can't help you, friend.
Maybe you have to wait till it's a bit lighter while we can see the zeppelin. I'm not sure about it, but that could be the case. Otherwise, or we're in the wrong place. That can also be the case. Let's see. So yeah, you also have things like bandit layers in each area. So Grand Surrey, Scalo, Miners End, Silverton, and Old City. Because if you fight at least in each bandit layer hideout at least once, you will unlock the achievement from the you unlock the achievement that you fought in everyone. You don't have to win, you just have to achieve it. Let's see.
Look at that airship. That is some view. At least something's changed since the last time we were here. I bet that toy isn't cheap.
Well, it's gorgeous. From an engineering point of view, at least. Let's take a closer look through this telescope.
Okay. Here is a telescope.
Led Zeppelin, 1880. Built in the name of power and glory of invaders, with the assistance of their dog, Edric Arat will be avenged. Somebody used red paint to write invaders over Great Britain and their dog over the governor's name, and then added Edric Arat will be avenged. Interesting.
What is Edric Arat?
Not what, who. It's a Turkish name.
Okay, so that's the lead Zeppelin case. So you have to trigger it. I thought we had to stand there, but you actually have to see. So you have to stand in Old City, just past the bridge. It's just on the left side of the past travel point, the observation point. And then the game will automatically trigger it. Let's see through the...
They put it there so people don't forget they are still in dear old Britain, regardless of the climate.
Either that, or it's a reminder for the locals to behave. Somebody seriously doesn't like this machinery floating above their heads.
If they mean this revenge thing, something bad might happen. Maybe we should look into it. What'd you say, Sherry?
Okay, so there was vandalism. So the question is if there was something tragic, so we probably have to ask around for clues. So it's best to change Sherlock's clothes. Let's choose the walker's apron. And see if people give clues about it. because someone vandalized.
That thing in the sky. It looks so futuristic.
So yeah, you had to look through the telescope as well to continue the story. For the rest, there's nothing here. I guess you can might ask people when they give a hint. Let's see.
May I ask for your assistance?
Stick to your kind in the factory and get out of the way.
Oh, sorry. Based on the clothing, they're dressed like maybe part of criminals. Let's see.
Do you know anything about this?
I can't say I've ever heard about that.
You obviously haven't thought this all through. Or are you just annoying these people on purpose?
May I ask for your assistance?
No, brother, I've never heard of this.
Okay, so I think we have to talk. Oh yeah, so if you take a long time to solve the first clue, John will comment on it. In the worst case, we need to borrow some different clothing. Let's ask around.
Are you able to help me?
I've never heard of it. I'm sorry.
Could somebody vandalize the airship plane using red paint? There's also a sign plate appeared here this year. Was there some big and tragic thing? Or we need to head to the archives. So maybe I guess check the check the archives to get information, or we have to talk to people. You can try that later on. The archive. Direction. Let's see. Oh wait, I can try if we can ask that question.
Excuse me, just one question.
Oh, if only I could help you with this.
Hey! Okay. Let's see.
Mr. Holmes, I have something for you. Mr. Holmes, I see what you're up to. Mysterious stranger pursues betrothed woman. But please, let us keep things professional. I have in my possession an envelope containing details of a special assignment for you. Tell me, are you interested?
Oh, that's probably a case from Mycroft.
I believe I am, but to be very clear, Miss Sertle, my interest extends to the message and not the messenger.
So he claims he's not a gal sneaker, seducing women everywhere he goes. Perhaps the truth is even more scandalous?
Please spare me the speculation. Return to the matter at hand.
A gang of smugglers, the Eels, have Cordona in their clammy grip. The British Empire can abide it no longer. Mycroft insists they be disbanded. But this organization only falls with the capture of their odious leader, Friedrich Panzer. And note well, I did say capture, not kill. Inside your envelope is a map marked with the Eels' warehouses. But alas, we do not know in which Friedrich Panzer resides.
So even Mycroft has his limits.
Indeed. You must be sure to identify the correct warehouse before entering, because once one is compromised, the other's occupants will scatter. Here are all the files, and feel free to use the archive too. Again, do not enter the wrong location, nor see any harm done to Friedrich Panzer.
Miss Ertl, if you're quite done with the redundant instructions, I shall get to work.
Well, that's perfect. Tortured hero lashes out after rejected romance. Tomorrow's edition will be a sensation.
Yeah, the eel hunting case that we just got by entering the chronicle. That's because it's unlocked after you finish the case, the Gilded Cage, and that is one of Mycroft's cases. It's not part of the DLC, just the main game cases. There are 3 of them. Yeah, you don't have to worry about that one. Yeah, we don't have to do that one. No, we're not gonna do that right away. Let's see. Where is it? This one. Oh, we had to go. Let's see. Ah, old ship. Okay. So we had to go to the Chronicles and we had to enter. I will repeat that later. So we got a clue. It's an article on the riot at the airship Gala. The terror below airship Gala caused unrest, 1 dead. Yesterday, 16 March, the Titanic airship dubbed as Lead Zeppelin arrived on Cordona by the efforts of the Governor Sir William Sinclair. This German-made militaristic miracle embezzled with a giant Union Jack was intended to inspire pride and unity among Cordona residents of all origins. Regretfully, certain people prefer hatred and discord over unity. During the airship's arrival, Gala, a group of radically minded Ottoman denizens rallied at the old city market and marched towards the airship, yelling anti-British mottos and causing unrest along the way. Cordona police, maintaining order in the streets and protecting citizens, managed to quell the riot by the end of the day. Unfortunately, one resident of Old City, the 15-year-old cobbler's apprentice, Edric Arad, was found dead in the aftermath. At this moment, we don't have any information as to whether Mr. Arad sided with the protesters or if he was an innocent passerby. Either way, we urge you, for your own safety and well-being, to avoid unauthorized public rallies and keep your children away from such events. So the options we chose was the period was recent because the clue said it was the airship appeared this year. Current, so it was period is recent, section current event, because I guess that is just guesswork because it might not be on the front page but may be relevant event, and it was not necessarily an article or an interview or advertisement or stuff like that, or a building. I'm not sure, but anyway, I used that one. Current events and the district Old City, because the observation tower was also in the Old City area. So yeah, we keep it at. So we go, so we check Old City Market. Because they mentioned in the article. So let's go there. Old City Market. There is a fast travel point if you have been there before. Let's see. Market. So yeah, let's see if we can find what we're looking for. Let's see.
Don't pass by. Welcome. Welcome.
Don't miss out on the best carpets on the island.
Oh, we're going to blow it out of the sky. I saw the stuff in the yard. That should teach the Brits to behave better.
Yeah, you can clearly listen to the conversation.
Oh, we're going to blow it
So that is Old City Market.
out of the sky. I saw the stuff in the yard. That should teach the Brits.
We have to go inside the market itself and then walk
To
around
behave
and see
better.
4 of them in one of the corners. So you have to listen to them. Grandfathers. Artillery weapons. Sesame and Scarlet Streets. Yard behind the road. Sorry. This way to
Oh.
start up.
We're going to...
Take down the airship. Sesame and Scarlet Street. Yard behind the horse archway and artillery weapons. The 4 of them. Then we get the clue. The Ottoman radicals meeting. People at Old City Market talk about a group of Ottomans who plan to take down the airship using some kind of artillery. The radicals are going to set their attack plan in motion during a secret meeting in the yard at the corner of Sesame Street and Scarlet City in Old City. The entrance to the yard is behind an archway with an horse above it. Okay, so that means we have to look at the map. Okay, the case is updated. We have to find... Oh, zoom in. Here is Sesame Street. And sorry, the map is a bit... Oh, here's Scarlet Street. Could be here, it could be there. Or in this area. Yeah, let's fast travel to the closer to the area. Let's see. Sesame Street, start there.
Sit up.
See. Okay, we are now at the top of Scarlet Street and Sesame Street. Something about a horse. To look for the gate with an horse above it.
Nasılsın?
Okay, I had to corner.
Bakın kim buradaymış.
Let's see. Should be. Huh. I'm really blind, probably. Oh. Okay, so okay. Okay, I was really blind. Yeah, you have to. You can, if you already been there, first travel to the northern old city, and then you have to be. If you stand there, you will arrive here in front of the horse. Then you have to turn, and then you see the side street with the. You can take the taxi to whatever, and then you have to go into the street and then turn to your right. And there you see the horse above the gate. Okay. Yeah, we found where we have to be. Okay, let's check it out. Oh.
Are you sure you want to go in there? Breaking into the secret meeting of those radicals? I don't see how we could pull off any peaceful negotiations.
For radical meetings, John, we have some radical means of negotiation.
You have, not we, remember? Be careful out there.
That's called the yard. It's here on the map. In the neighborhood of the fast travel point of the northern old city. If you've been there, and it is the green patch of land you see in the north part of old city, the map. Yeah.
You have, not we, remember?
Yeah,
Be
based
careful
on
out there.
John's warning, when we enter, we're gonna have to fight.
I'm coming.
The yellow part,
I couldn't miss the
or
party.
the weak part.
Oh!
Too simple.
Yeah,
I'm coming for you.
I can kill them, but that's a bit. If
Take a
you
rest,
are
my
in
The snuff's ready.
You can earn more money if you arrest more of them. Kill. Now with the square button you reload.
Time to knock this guy out.
Oh wait, we have to see.
Don't cry, you'll live.
Yeah, when they are wearing protective armor you have to shoot at them. Come on. It's only a limited time.
Don't bother moving.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Take a rest, my friend.
What is that? With him and
Get ready for some pain.
shooting him.
Get ready for some
There's
pain.
there. I was wondering where he was standing.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Wait, there.
We can over...
Take a rest, my friend.
The snuff's ready.
Where? Oh, there. Where the armored ones are on
Time to
left,
knock this
right,
guy out.
Left, right, left, and then the back. Find the weak point.
Don't
Yellow
bother
ones.
moving. You've lost.
Yellow parts.
Why does this make me feel as if we're the invaders on these people's land?
We came in peace. They put up a fight. Next time they'll think twice.
Peace and trust can win the day, eh, Sherry? At least I'm glad they'll see another one. You did well.
Now, let's check the yard. I want to learn how they were planning to shoot down the airship.
We'd better make it quick. The noise you've caused here may bring us more trouble. I thought you wanted to explore the yard before leaving. We'd better not miss anything important.
The radicals plan to load the missile battery onto boats and sail close to the airship.
The plan of attack. The plan depicts the positioning of the airship over the Cordona shoreline and the ways in which it might be approached by sea from city.
So they hope to bring down the airship by using these missiles.
How did a small group of conspirators manage to smuggle artillery to Cordona? How many people are on board that airship? You've just saved their lives, Sherry. Not to mention the people below, should it have crashed on the island. We should call the police to sort this all out.
No need. Somebody from the neighborhood already called them once the shooting began. Besides, I'm not in the mood to explain why I'm standing here, armed, in this grim situation. We did all we had to do. Let the police do the rest.
Let's see. Okay, let's leave before the police is here.
We're done here, Sherry. Let's go.
Yeah, that was the lead Zeppelin case. Which will give you 15 money as rewards. It was a short one apparently. There are some more cases that are similar to this one that I remembered. Yeah, okay. So we can continue with the main story. You can also gonna do some side cases. Yeah, all the stuff you can read back in John's diary. All the notes you find, or pieces of evidence, depending on So I think we can look at the EU case from Mycroft. Because from once you have finished the Gilded Cage case, you can almost, yeah, basically every case you can follow. Yeah. Let's check it. Okay, Mycroft mission. Good cover. We definitely have to talk to people and need to find a guy and some more information. We also got some marks on the map. Let's see where, because there were warehouses. It's this, of water, Silverton docks. Okay, so I played this game before. Yeah, it is. Since I played it before, it is this warehouse number 2, Silverton. So you can go directly to it, but otherwise you first have to find the man just by speaking to them, to other people, and also check the archives. Yeah, if you're watching this, you can just directly go to the second warehouse here. So let's pause travel from. Yeah, it doesn't really matter, everywhere is almost as far away. That's a bit faster. So now we're gonna do some of the cases from Mycroft. There are 3 of them, and this is the first one, which you will receive by entering after finishing the Gilded Cage. Gilded Cage is the quest with the elephant Goliath. You have to go to the Cordona Chronicle, and then if you walk into the building, you will get that Mycroft sent a message. So now we're going to the second warehouse. If I know how to walk. Let's follow the train tracks. Took a detour. Yeah, anyway. Have to go to the more upper part of Silverton. Really walking. Yeah, follow the train tracks to the second warehouse, which you will automatically receive the locations of 3 of them. So if you don't feel like finding out the clues, you can also just visit all the warehouses to find the correct one. So it depends on what you want. Got here also travel. I'm not sure if this point. Okay, never noticed that was one as well. Okay, you have to find the door to the warehouse. Oh, we're here. No. Yeah. So go around and upstairs. Then here. Should exit the store. No. Okay. This one. This big one. Yeah. Okay, so this is the door. So you have to walk into this area. As you could see. Go from the main street. Go around and we have to go to this door under. Yeah, let's get inside. So there's also a chance that we probably have to fight, but I can't remember. Yeah, let's explore.
Who the hell is that? Get him!
So yeah,
I'm coming for you.
the game doesn't really matter.
Don't cry, you'll
kill
live.
or save them. I mean, it's better to kill them, of course.
Don't bother moving.
Give him the pepper snuff.
So the yellow parts you can
Don't cry, you'll...
immediately,
The snuff's ready.
immediately win from them. And if they are from blue parts, it's because they're wearing protective gear like
No more crime for you.
Give him the
Well-
pepper snuff.
shoulders and then a face mask most of the time. And the one with the knives have most of the time in the front or on the back.
Don't
Something
bother.
you can shoot that will.
The snuff's ready. We can overcome the brute now.
Too simple.
Give him the pepper snuff. Time to knock this guy out.
So yeah, if you're almost dying because of health, you have to walk around. You can hide. There's sometimes the others will
Don't bother
walk
moving.
quite
You've
fast
lost.
after you. There. So yeah, as long as you don't shoot them if you don't shoot them in the head, you're kind of safe. Yeah, the ones with the knife are quite annoying because they throw.
We can overcome the brute now. It won't work this.
Oh, that's also annoying if you.
I'm coming for you.
Yeah, you will hit someone else.
Don't cry.
I'm coming.
No more crime for you until next month. Don't bother moving.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Yeah, that can be annoying.
I'm coming.
No? Okay. Oh, that one is probably the guy I'm looking for.
I thought we were against murder.
Oh. Yeah. That was the guy we were looking for. Okay, so if you go directly to warehouse 2, you will also unlock the trophy of catch of the day. So it doesn't matter if the person you're looking for, the last one, the really armored guy, if you either kill them accidentally or on purpose. But it is important that you go directly to warehouse 2 and then you will unlock the achievement of catch of the day. So now we can go back to
Well,
Mycroft.
Panzer is dead. Now to report to Miss Sertle.
Okay, there, to the door. So let's go back to the Chronicles. Yeah, I accidentally killed the guy, but yeah, the game itself, it doesn't matter. The only way to unlock the trophy, you have to make sure that you get that you go to warehouse 2 immediately. So yeah, we actually had to capture him, but yeah, we accidentally killed him. So Mycroft would be really happy with it, but yeah, it will not really influence the game itself, just the case.
I located Friedrich Panzer, but he did not survive the encounter. I had no other choice.
So I heard. Mycroft was displeased. Panzer would have been an invaluable asset. Who knows how many lives his interrogation may have saved. At least the eels will now slither away from Cordona. It's not the story I expected to write, but it is something. Since you're here, Mr. Holmes, how about an interview? Strictly on background? Get to know the real you. Mycroft is rather tight-lipped, as you know.
Information is Mycroft's currency, and he does not disperse it lightly. He will tell you a barefaced lie without hesitation if it advances his cause. As for your request, I'm afraid the real me pales in comparison to your vivid imagination. An interview would do us both a disservice.
Perhaps it's best to let the mystery be. Now, on to other matters. We have another case for you. Are you interested?
Yeah, you will get right away the case. You can, most of the time when you get cases, you can just accept them. You don't necessarily have to complete them right away.
I'd never hear the end of it from Mycroft if I declined, so please, Miss Sertle, fill me in.
I cannot. Your brother insisted that the contents of this envelope were for your eyes only. I can merely wish you a clear mind and a fleet foot.
Okay. Yeah, and there is one achievement you can achieve, and then you have to ignore one of Mycroft's requests, but that is one of the main cases. You don't have to worry about those. So we're having a missing person. Apparently has a sensitive book. A sensitive item that, of course, Mycroft wants to have back. So yeah, I have to go to Old City. If I remembered correctly, I haven't passed by that yet. But there is a bookshop that the missing person actually has. Because he was an undercover agent and he has a bookshop which is at Northern Old City at the eastern end of Seto Street. It's in the information. Let's see, that's Seto Street. Yeah, the map will not zoom in further than this, so yeah, you have to really look at it. Seto Street. Castle Street. Oh, here. Here you have Seto Street. in this area. Place a mark. Okay, let's fast travel to the conversation point if you haven't been there. But if you follow this video, we just started this video with going to the old city area to do the lead Zeppelin quest, which is a DLC from the Victorian starter pack. Let's see, let's go. Oh wait, we should... here. To the bookshop. The bookshop of the missing person.
Bit dusty. Hasn't been touched for a couple of days.
There's a letter from Cobbler Angelo. I've talked with my boys over at Smithy and it's good news. Drop by with your favorite pair and I will work my magic on them. They will be as good as new in no time. I also had a chat with a physician and he confirmed my suspicion. Your back problems may be connected to the broken metal inlay in your soles. I recommend you cease to wear them until they have been repaired. Ismail. Okay, a letter. So, we have to find the book and letter from Cobbler. Now we can, because we have the letter pinned, so in the top right, we can use the concentration mode.
You did wear your favourite boots. Such devotion.
And now we can follow his steps. Just want to follow the tracks.
'Angelo's footprints end here, abruptly. Not a good sign.
On the ground here where they stopped on the left.
A colourful piece of fabric as a bookmark. An elegant decision. This must have left a grievous wound.
So piece of wood, I think a bed, wooden bed. Ah.
11 cigarette ends of the same brand. Somebody spent some considerable time here. Someone had to stand here for a couple of hours at least. A hasty job by an amateur, but Angelo was taken by surprise nevertheless.
So all the information is updated. Let's follow him. So this is the walker's apron. Let's talk to people, because that is the tiny icon you see above tracking Angelo title. The small sign with the people means you have to speak to others for clues.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
Of course. Let me help you.
Okay, so sometimes you will not get the clue with the first person you speak to. So we had to change clothes because Angelo is probably a working person, so we put on the worker apron and then talk some people in the neighborhood, the direct neighborhood to where the incident happened. And sometimes you'll get the clue right away, and otherwise you will not get it, and then you have to ask some more people that seem from the same, wearing the same type of clothes. So in this case, kind of like the working people. So the testimony of the neighbor: one of the local residents saw two men in the yard a few nights ago. One man had to support others since he was barely standing, probably drunk. They went down the stairs to Castle Road in Old City. Once there, he put the drunk man in a car near the cobbler's shop and rode off. So yeah, we have to find him there. So in the street, so we can pin that information. So pinning the information, because when there are no tiny symbols above it, that means you found all the information regarding that clue. Then you pin the new one. So you have to go to the Castle Road. Was close by, I thought. Oh yeah, here. Castle Road is this area. And we're walking here. We're standing there. If we walk back, we can go back to the main road. If I walk the correct direction. Yeah. And I already walked too far, of course. Can we walk? And we're outside.
Good heavens!
Huh. This is... I think this...
Good heavens! You heard how the priest was butchered?
Ah. This information, or the guys who were speaking...
Good heavens!
Listen to
you heard how the priest...
So that's in the area of Old City, on Castle Road and the Seto Street crossing point. If you listen to those guys, you will trigger the DLC content. If I remember correctly, the Saint and Sinners one. So yeah, we can listen to them right away. So I'm not sure which trigger words it were, but yeah. I think, I'm not sure, but it's...
was butchered.
Let's see. Which words? Oh, start. What happened to the priest? Severed hands. Cold case, religious. So you need to check. Cold case, severed hand and bloody saw. And that's the murder of the priest. People are talking about a priest who was found dead with his hand severed. The only item of the note that the police were able to find was a saw lying next to the body. Despite an ongoing investigation, people are worried that the culprit goes unpunished. So this is starting point if you have the DLC, the Saints and Sinners. So yeah, we will do that later on. We're now busy with the cases from Mycroft, which are 3 in total. So if you want to start the Saints or Sinners, you have to stand in this area and then find 2 people who are whispering with each other. So yeah, most of the time it's in the same area. Sometimes it may vary, but I think the first time I played that one, I also found them in this area. So you don't have to worry about that. So that's DLC content, saints and sinners. So the murder of a priest. Okay, let's continue. We had to find we had to go to Castle Roads. We're busy with finding Angelo. Oh, yeah. So yeah, we went down to Castle Roads. This is Castle Roads. Let's see. We have to walk down the road, and you see this? Those two circles. So we're a bit higher on Castle Road. So this was the bookshop. Here the bookshop, there the yard. To track to, and now we're standing around the corner, the main street. The concentration mode. So now we're gonna follow the tracks. So apparently there was standing a car with a donkey. Oh, there to check something else. Oh wait. Case file was updated, so I need to change because I need to track them. I didn't change the note. So now we can see starting point with the donkey. Further out, another outline. So this is just a case of following the deduction, the tracks of the cart on the ground, as you can see. So you have the clue pinned, otherwise you will not be able to track the clue, which I just did a few moments ago. Car. This is still concentration mode. You can also walk without it, but yeah. For the story itself, it doesn't really matter. It's not like you will be suddenly bored because you're walking around like this. Okay, close by. Ah, there's the cart with no donkey. Okay. Check the items. Blood.
Someone desperately tried to stop the bleeding. Green silk, a bit worn and faded, but still an impressive hat. I think I found the place where they took Angela.
So yeah, let's enter the building. So most of the time when you have stuff where you enter the building, or a building, or a door, or anything like that, you have to in-game fight. So yeah, so most of the time you can either kill them or defeat them, it doesn't matter. Only if you are fighting in bandit layers, so the hideouts of bandits. Then the more people you arrest, you get more in-game money for it.
I couldn't miss the party.
So you have to
No
move
more
the-
crime for you until next month.
Damn, my fault. No, this. So annoying, because sometimes a criminal is like on a very specific point where you can.
No, you killed.
Oh, did kill. Okay.
The snuff's ready.
Only matters
Give him the.
are in hideouts, because hideouts.
It's all yours now.
rest,
Go for it.
The more in-game money you will get. There's
No
also
more crime for you.
The snuff's ready.
trophies. Trophies related. Oh, where that guy? Oh my god.
Dodge
died.
this!
Okay, we did. Okay, let's replay.
I'm coming for you.
No, you killed it.
We have 2 trophies. Whereby you have 1 and you have killed 2 enemies. Or the 115.
Don't bother moving.
The
You've
only
lost.
thing it will influence is the comments John writes in his
We
diary.
can overcome the brute now.
For the rest, it will not influence the game. Unless you're in band
Take a rest.
players.
The snuff's ready.
More people to arrest, the more in-game money you will earn.
No more crime for you until next.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Where are they? There. Oh my god, another trophy knife. Where's the other guy? Oh god. Oh. Okay, I'm really concentrating and dying. So yeah, depending on the settings of the game, you can also skip these fights. So yeah, let's do it a bit faster and better.
I'm coming.
Oh my god.
I'm coming for you.
Too simple.
I'm coming.
I thought we were against murder.
No.
Where,
I'm gonna hurt you.
where's the guy? Sometimes I really don't see it. Oh, there. No. Where? Okay. I really don't see it. There.
We can overcome the brute now.
That's why
Hello
I didn't
there.
see him.
Too simple.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Yeah, if you kill a lamb. Oh god, oh, there.
I couldn't miss the party.
Oh my god, I'm dying.
Don't cry, you'll live.
That guy.
No, you killed him.
Yeah, now. Yeah, depending on the settings in the game.
No
you
more
can
crime
also
for you
skip
and
The snuff's ready.
fights. And you at least
Time to knock this guy out.
I couldn't miss the party.
Don't cry. Give him the pepper snap.
I couldn't miss the party.
Run with all.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
He's all yours now. I thought we were against murder.
Yeah, no, sorry. I had it. Got a bit annoyed. So yeah, if it wasn't clear enough. So 1 trophy, 5 kills, 1 trophy, 15 kills, and if you are bandit layers, the hideouts, for example these, one you will get free, for example this one. In each area you can find at least one. So here one, there one.
The bandits had as much fun as they could.
And the more of them you defeat and not kill, you will
Oh, they got themselves a nice setup in here for a gang.
you will get more money for their arrest.
A primary instrument of torture. How vicious one must be to have to use it in such a way. A severed finger. No one deserves such cruelty. An engraving inside. Together always and forever. Keys of different shapes and sizes. What could you open with these? They were tracking down Angelo.
Okay, we can go. Prison cell.
Bloodstains all over the mattress. Quite a collection of books, but none of them with FD as the author.
Clearly tortured.
He sustained a great many injuries. They severed his finger while he was still alive. At last, I found you, Angelo.
Notes on the table. Letter from Mr. Hyde. Boss trusted you and you idiots failed him. You should have scored the book by now, or at least know where it is. It's written by FD with a red cover. He must have hidden it somewhere. Find the book, burn everything else. And if you fail, know you will burn too, Mr. Hyde.
Mycroft should know about this.
Working for Mycroft is a dangerous profession. I feel for the guy.
Okay. So we found him. We checked the body. Let's find the book. Yeah, poor guy. Check it out. Let's go. As you can see, a white circle. It's only because we now paint the banded layer.
What did you hide, Angelo?
there.
Seems like Mycroft will get the book he wanted after all. Do you think it has a coded message inside?
Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky.
That was a pretty clever hiding place, don't you reckon?
So yeah, after you find this book, so the sensitive item, you win the trophy, read it, and weep. Because as you can see, because it was only short, you could shortly see it, you will see that the book was actually titled Crime and Punishment. So yeah, you received it. So now there's nothing really to look at. So we can head back to the Chronicles, the exit of the door, this one. Yeah. Okay, let's back to Chronicles. Let's fast travel. Chronicle. There. So yeah, Mycroft cases. There are 3 of them. And all of them you get in the Chronicles, Cordona Chronicles building. But they will be only unlocked after you finish the Golden Gate cage with the Elephant Goliath case. Then it will open up. And after you finish that case, the Golden Cage with the elephant, you're able to basically play all the DLC cases and other cases and quests and puzzles you can find on Cordona.
Ah, the illustrious Mr. Holmes returns no worse for wear, and with a gripping tale to tell, no doubt.
While the matter proved rather simple in the end, I'm afraid the details are not for your ears, nor your readers.
How very tantalizing. Your brother asked that I collect your report, and a book if you obtained it.
Here is my report, and Miss Sertle. He will know if you opened it. I also retrieved the book for Mycroft.
Crime and Punishment. Sounds appropriate.
More than you may think.
Uh-huh. How so?
Okay, you can choose I found a ring, or I can tell you for story, for the game itself, it doesn't matter which option you choose. It only changes what the missus will tell you. If you choose I found a ring, you find out that the missing person Angelo, besides that he also worked for Mycroft, he is actually her fiance. So so you can tell her that her fiance is dead, or you can just hide it. So yeah, it doesn't really matter what you tell her.
With Mycroft involved, I'm not sure I can say more. I suggest you take this up with him.
After all our time together, this is how the story ends? With a whimper? I thought you were a servant of truth, Mr. Holmes.
So yeah, for the reward or outcome, doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter, because if you do tell her you have the rings, you will recognize it's his fiance, and she will be angry with Mycroft that he didn't say anything, but you will still get your reward. Yeah, so this is the second case of Mycroft. This is not a DLC, this is just main stories cases to open up. So another one you can get is by talking her again.
I'm watching you closely, Mr. Holmes.
Huh. The third one, we need, I forgot, we need to do a bit more main story. Okay, yeah, we can do, let's do a bit more of the main story then. So, in previous times we uncovered some more information because we finished the Gilded Cage and Sherlock remembered something about a room in the house. Yeah, let's uncover that room. Let's fast travel to the manor. So there's also another case you can do throughout the main story. If you visit at least the mansion, you have the empty house. And that depends that you can, as you progress through the story, you're able to buy back the furniture stuff like, for example, paintings, lamps, some benches outside, statue, for example, you can buy it in the art trader. Garden decoration, you have one in Old City Market if you want. You have one, you have another one, a cheap antique one that's near the Tor Bridge, Silverton. You have also one in Miner's End. Yeah, I haven't walked by it yet, but yeah. As you progress the game, they will have items, and if they do have items, you see the green arrow, and you will see, like with this one, see a red mark with a white exclamation mark in it, and that means that they have more furniture to sell, so you can buy it back. So yeah, that's just a case that you will almost finished before you end the game itself. So yeah, when you're actually at the end of the game itself will tell you to save. Yeah, I haven't interacted with everything, but if you interact with the stuff,
The best place for reading.
Sherlock will remember memories. So this was from the Gilded Cage. The fake elephants. Oh yeah. For example, this statue we bought as well. No, we cannot jump. Do you interact with?
My mother liked the story of David and Goliath. She said it doesn't matter how small you are, you can always overcome any obstacle.
Yeah, that's something you can buy back.
Come on, sing with me, Sherry.
No. Oh my god. Don't wanna get stuck. So that's one part. That building, so far as I know, you will never be able to open it. These are...
I should write a book about the behavior of bees someday.
These you will get when you did the police cases, especially the one that's called Plan B. There's a bench you can buy, which we... yeah, okay, cannot interact with. Yeah, not everything of the furniture you get back. You'll be able to interact, so yeah, let's check out the room. Yeah, for example...
You know, I envy you, Sherry. You can talk to other people and they won't ignore you.
And I envy you. You can ignore any person you're bored with. You don't miss out on much. Most men are dull, unlike yourself.
Well, I'm flattered. Home sweet home, Sherry.
Yeah, for example, this is a painting you can buy back.
Home sweet home, Sherry.
This one is one of them.
Another one.
This one.
There must be something important behind it. I can feel it.
You cannot enter yet, that will be later on in the game. When you find certain items and stuff. This is an item we bought and covered. This side, this door you cannot open till almost the end of the game. Yeah, this is nothing yet. Okay, let's go upstairs. But this is a painting.
This portrait was painted sometime before my father's death. I would guess it's the only depiction of him that remains.
Yeah, all the doors that you can enter are the doors that are like the one in the distance, where you can see it's white and it seems like it's kind of dirt on it.
I heard footsteps upstairs a second ago. Wait, do we have an attic here?
Yeah, sometimes the stuff on this desk might change.
This book, where I kept my collection of coins, it used to be bigger.
And a letter. A letter from Mycroft. Little brother, you claimed you were bored and wanted to play a game. Well, I have created one that should hold your attention, as well as teach you a thing or two about the world. I borrowed some of your precious coin collections and have hidden each one in a discreet place around the island. You will have noticed the symbol drawn on this letter and the attached map. Your mission is to search the marked locations for the same symbol near each. You will find a metal tube that contains a hint to help you recover one of your coins. If you are able to retrieve them all and tell me what you have learned, I'm eager to see how fast you can solve my little puzzle. Mycroft.
Oh, no. We won't let this stand, right, Sherry? I want to find my coins.
It's going to be difficult. The sands of time, you know? Some things may have changed, but you're right. We can't let Mycroft win.
So yeah, that's another case, a coin collection. Mycroft hid part of my collection of unique coins around the island. This collection was started by my father and later expanded by me. My brother claimed that searching for them would be an experience, both educational and fun. Unfortunately, I only managed to find a few of them before leaving Cordona for good, and the remaining coins are still scattered around the island. And now I remember how angry I was about that. Mycroft left a map with the marked locations. At each location he hid a clue with further directions. To find a clue we should look for the same symbol as drawn on this letter. Okay. Yeah, that's a case we will later
Have to catch them all, right?
We will check it all later, but not now. In for a penny. Yeah. But as you see, we will open the door because we saw. Oh, now the white ring is gone. I cannot see it.
Another one. There must be something important behind it. I can feel it.
Yeah, sorry, I see it. I accidentally unpinned the clue. Not? Ah, you have started.
I had a surprise for my mother. You had a shovel with you, John. I was holding an ancient Greek vase, or rather, quite a big piece of it. I remember now, we dug up the vase from Greek ruins here on Cordona, and were eager to show my mother right away. For some reason, the door was closed. We knocked.
But nobody answered. We thought that she was busy.
So we left the vase and ran downstairs. I decided to gather some archaeological tools in order to take a closer look at the vase.
But then we heard something, didn't we?
Yes. It came from upstairs.
The vase was broken, shards scattered all over the floor. And your mother was standing at the door.
Indeed, John. I doubt it was her. Let me concentrate. Otto Richter was standing there, furious at us. Dr. Richter told us never to disturb my mother when the door is closed. He said she had broken the vase.
But we didn't believe him. I bet he smashed it.
And now, the door, you're able to open it. So that is added to John's diary, which you can all read back. Clues, solve mystery, puzzles, letters, items, etc. Okay, we can continue with that. So archived are the ones that we completed up to now. So that's a Mycroft case, the DLC download, pre-order, which is also in the Victorian starter, police case. The second main story case. Police case. One in the City Hall Square. And this was the first case you did once you were on the island. And the rest are some starter point cases we found. Yeah. Okay, let's enter the room.
Her things are still here.
Presumably Mycroft never felt the need to sort through it all.
Or couldn't bring himself to.
No. He would have put it behind him and moved on. My brother is not one for sentimentality.
Yeah, now we can examine the room.
Look what I found. The White King is under attack. Sherry, can you save him and checkmate the opponent in one move?
So that's a challenge from John. We pin the clue. So you can choose either one of them.
Oh, nice move. You saved the king and checkmated the Black King with the rook.
So that was John's challenge.
You're not obliged to be here, Sherry.
My mother loved flowers. They made her smile. I remember we would bring a new bouquet every week to make her a bit happier.
That's why we collected all the violet flowers we could find on the island.
Looks like it was damaged by a blunt object. This room always reeked with an acrid medicinal stench. And here is the reason.
Medicine cabinet.
This picture was drawn by my mother. I recognize her hand. There's a date on it, 8th of December, 1868. This seems a bit odd. I can recognize my mother's style, but it's far too sloppy. Dated 12th of February, 1869. It's difficult to tell what this is meant to represent. There's no date at all.
Looks like the front of the house. The picture.
Straps on the bed. Just doesn't look right.
So a newspaper on the table. Sherlock Holmes obituary in the Times. Yeah, so basically that's Sherlock's father who died. London, August 21, 1865. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the renowned archaeologist, authenticator and historian is dead. A mere 41 years of age, he was seized by a cardiac event during the opera at the Covent Garden Theatre on Saturday. Despite a physician's best effort, he remained insensible and died at 20 minutes past 6 o'clock last evening. A sudden end came as a severe shock to his large circle of acquaintances. Mr. Holmes survived his wife, by wife, Violet, and 2 sons, Mycroft 16 and Sherlock 6. Funeral services will be held Wednesday at the Highgate Cemetery of St. James by Rev. W. E. Stanley. Okay.
It's a strange feeling to read about my father's death in the newspaper. I can't recall anything except the deep feeling of loss.
You were too young. It happened before we even met. It's so sad. I'm sorry.
An old sheet of paper, March 25, 1869, examination notes of Dr. Otto Richter. Over the last few months I have asked Mrs. Holmes to sketch some landscapes. The first few were clear and accurate, but subsequent drawings quickly drifted away from reality. It appears her disease progresses rapidly and perhaps even affects her vision. It may need to consider trepanation. Okay. So that were notes of the doctor. Suitcase. A bottle. No.
No labels. I doubt it ever had one. There appear to be residues of the bottle's contents at the bottom.
Observation journal. Observations of Mrs. Violet Holmes, Dr. Otto Richter. 19th May 1868. Initial consultations revealed the patient suffers sleep problems, periods of anxiety, and slight confusion of memories. Prescribed a strong sedative to be administered daily and will continue to monitor symptoms. 3rd 3rd of August 1868, sedation has helped minimize anxiety attacks, but Mrs. Holmes now experiences catatonia, apathy, and prolonged depressive states. Moreover, the patient's confusion has worsened and she has begun writing letters to her deceased husband as if he were alive. I have prescribed 6 further drugs to balance her mental state and weekly hydrotherapy. 27 November 1868, the current drug regimen has delivered mildly results, but confusing worsening into near constant delusion. Patient grows aggravated when these beliefs are contradicted, prompting aggressive behavior. I have now witnessed several episodes of violence against her own family and towards herself. Consequently, I ordered that bars be installed on the window and that Mrs. Holmes be strapped to her bed at night. The dosage of all medications have been raised. I have prescribed the patient additional hypnotherapy sessions as well as some mild hallucinogens. Yeah, don't know how to pronounce.
Do you think the doctor could have used these tools here? I hope not.
Okay, here's the suitcase. Let's walk around. Another table next to the bed.
Seems this was the most frequently used medication. One dram dissolved in a glass of water administered daily, not to exceed 1 dose in 24 hours, not to be given to children.
To the front of the desk, it's a letter. A letter, February 1869, from Violet to Sigurd, so from his mom to his father. My gentle Sigurd, alas, I am still yet to receive any correspondences from you. One presumes my previous letters are chasing you around the continent as you travel. I hope you are in good health and already on your way home. Forgive me my impatience, but life without your kind voice and bright eyes is scarcely worth living. The boys need their father around too, can tell that they miss you, though as you will know, Mycroft is not one to wear his heart on his sleeve. In case my prior letters have been lost, know that we have relocated to Cordona. Please come back soon. Forever yours, Violet, February 1869.
It brings back some memories.
Oh, I would love to take a bath right now.
Not this one. Surface corrosion suggests it was prone to extreme temperature fluctuations. For medical purposes, I suppose.
Oh my god, you just heard, I don't know, some bar screams.
Bars, covering the windows from the inside.
Okay, we already checked the flowers.
You're not obliged to be here, Sherry. We can leave any time you want.
Okay, so we have the bottle. So, bottle case. Memories. Oh yeah. Chemical process. So yeah, you can skip this. Just pressing L3. So honestly, that's also what I'm gonna do. So when you continue in the story, we have more options when you want to try the chemical process. For example, 2 in and combine them together. 1 in, 1 out. This one, I'm not sure. This one has also to do with in and out. Yeah. So yeah, when the analysis is complete, an almost empty bottle. Analysis identified the substance as oh my god. Hallucine. Yeah, derived from mushrooms. So you can get high from it. Yeah, I forgot the word. Okay. More clues. Morning mania. So now we have collected the clues. Now we can use concentration mode.
The broken plate shards were all over the floor. Mycroft had to change his suit as the one he was wearing was completely stained. Mother was troubled that morning. Something we did upset her. Dr. Richter tried to calm her down. We had to put the tray with Mother's morning tea down, but why? It's starting to ring a bell. I think it happened in the morning.
So yeah, now we can deduct what happened. And now we're controlling John, as Sherlock tries to remember. So this is probably Mycroft, his mother, the doctor, and Sherlock and John. So yeah, the plate is thrown, therefore it was broken. That's Richter, okay.
I don't believe you! Liars! Get away from me! It's not true! It's not real!
What?
Oh. Everything will be okay, Sherry. I promise.
It was the morning of the 9th of April, the day my mother died.
The morning of April 9th. The 9th of April started off badly. My mother was anxious, then hysterical. She threw food and shouted at the doctor, calling him a liar. John and I brought her morning tea, but when the shout started I became scared. The only thing I could think to do was hide near the bed and wait for everything to pass. Thankfully John was there to protect me and calm me down.
My mother, she was not just ill, but mad. God have mercy.
I'm sorry. That explains why you locked the memory away.
There must be more, John. That was the morning of her death. I need to know what happened.
Every time you... I just don't... Please, Sherry, leave it be.
Just breathe, John. You know that I cannot leave the last stone unturned. We are so close.
I know. But can we at least leave it for another day?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter which option you choose. We need to continue, or of course.
Well, history tells us these memories are triggered by our investigation of other matters. I suspect it could not be forced even if I so desired.
Thank you. How are you feeling about all this? Tell me, I'm not the only one reeling.
In the end, little has changed. My mother was still unwell, just not with tuberculosis. What I do not yet understand is why Mycroft lied about it. There are precious few pieces of this puzzle remaining, John. Let us dawdle here no longer.
Indeed. Wait, did you hear that?
Yes. Metallic souls. What is this sailor doing here?
Huh. You could hear it was a sailor. That far away. Okay. So let's head downstairs.
Sherlock Holmes, isn't it? I was looking for you.
With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
You can call me your new game. The rules are simple. I have something for you, but you alone must work out what that is.
And that something is my prize, I suppose?
You're a fast learner, sir.
So let's observe the so-called sailor. His head, his paint, some dirt on the shirt, his hands, the hands beside his body. So, a sailor uniform, old and shabby, unblemished hands, no signs of hard physical work. Pink paint in hair, painted recently, left-handed. Hiding some hiding something square shaped. Okay. So since everything looks old, it's basically in high chance this artist disguised as a sailor. So artist disguised as a sailor, a man dressed as a sailor came to my house declaring that he was my new game. A drop of pink paint in his hair betrayed him as a man who was involved in the art sphere. His hands showed no signs of regular physical activity, no corns, no rough skins, which is odd with his marine's outfit, and few artists know my name or where I live, so Vogel best fits the role of the game master, considering the tiny square-shaped object in the fake sailor's pocket. I deduced he was employed at Vogel Art Gallery and the real reason for his visit.
I cannot believe that Mr. Vogel has somehow successfully called my attention to his gallery. You're here with an invitation to visit it, obviously.
My word, you are fast, Mr. Holmes. Could you explain how you came to that conclusion?
Of course. Explanations are my favourite part of any conversation. Hands without any sign of regular physical activity, in contradiction to one who would most usually wear such a uniform. The paint in your hair is pink. I don't know of any military service that paints their ships pink, unless they have launched a new fashionable fleet. A sailor with the soul of an artist? I would suggest rather a gallery employee disguised as a sailor to mislead me. How many artists on the island know where I live and of my passion for deduction? Werner Vogel is clearly at the top of the list. And you've been attempting to conceal something square-shaped within your pocket. An invitation, I suppose. An invitation to Mr. Vogel's gallery.
That was remarkable, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Vogel was right about your genius. I think he may have even underestimated you. This is your invitation. Please tell Mr. Vogel that the seed has been planted. He asked me to tell you to do so, if you win this little game. Farewell.
So yeah, we got an invitation to the art gallery, Vogel, so that's the guy you will meet when you first arrive in Cordona. When John talks about a medium and he walks down the top of the stairs. Anyway, the invitation, my dear Sherlock Holmes, as you know, no doubt I've already guessed, I would like to invite you to experience my art exhibition, not only for the purpose of contemplation of beauty, but in a more general need of your genius. You will find the gallery at the Caravanserai at the crossroad of Bazaar Road and the Herms Avenue in Old City. Always your friends, Fern Vogel or Vivi. So, the Muse from Abroad is the third main story case. Now the fourth, if you count the Mother's Love case as well, which starts right over the game, the whole reason you came to Cordona. So the Muse of the Abroad, we have some more clues. So yeah, if a clue doesn't fit with the clues you have, it will be red, and otherwise it will be a dot and with some explanation. For example, fragile sanity, mother struggles with mental disease could well be hereditary and affect my mind and rationality. Yeah. But a Mother's Love case, that one you will not finish until you're at the end of the whole main story game. So yeah, let's make sure that we get Fern Vogel's art gallery on the map. So it already stated this in Old City. So yeah, we already before we saw that in the upstairs, directly straight in the open area with the fireplace you had on the desk, the coin collection. So now on the map you have several places marked where you can find coins, or at least the clue to the coins. So yeah, there are, I think, about 10 of them total. So yeah, but they were already marked on the map. But yeah, that was not what we're gonna do right now. So the place that the invitation talks about is this place. I already walked around in this area, so it will be automatically added on the map, and that's also the place where the art gallery is. Yeah, so we can go there to continue the main story. But we were also busy with completing all of Mycroft's cases, and we already did 2 of them, because the first one gets free after we finished the Gilded Gates with the elephant case, and you obtain them by going to the Cordona Chronicle, and you get them from the lady behind the desk. So the first one was the eel hunting, and after you finish that one you directly get the case of the missing shopkeeper. And now we're gonna see if we can get the third one, because we need to have started the main case, the Muse from Abroad. So this one, so have found about it. Let's like to continue the main story. Let's see if she has another case from Mycroft for us.
I'm watching you closely, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, okay. So 2 of the cases you can find. Oh, that was a weird. Okay. I think the game has an error where under the street. Huh. Okay. Yeah, we're literally walking under the street. No, we're walking in the street, but street is oh, we're back. Okay, that was curious. Anyway, we're trying to continue the third quest from Mycroft. So let's head outside the manor. Yeah, so we fast travel.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I presume.
Correct. With whom do I have the pleasure?
Emilio Estevaux, happy to make your acquaintance. I am here on behalf of Mycroft, your brother. He is on his way to Cordona. In the meantime, he requests your assistance with a sensitive matter. My orders are to provide you with the details.
So this is the third case. Yeah, I had it wrong. So the first one was the eel hunting, which will be available after the Gilded Cage. With the elephant case, the main story case. You have finished that one. Then you go to the Cordona Chronicles and you get that case. Then you finish that case, you go back to the Cordona Chronicles. That you have finished that one and you would directly get the one about the missing shopkeeper. And then if you're in the main story, you checked out Violet's room, so Sherlock's mother's room. He did that, met a sailor and got the invitation from Vogel to start the case of the Muse from abroad. Then if we actually did walk out of the mansion, we would have noticed the man. So yeah, and now it's an important thing, because I already finished this game, but yeah, the important thing is that you, at this point where he says to get the case, you actually have to say no to him. Say like to choose the I'm busy, because when you say that...
I'm afraid I don't have time for this now.
I hope that you will reconsider. If you do, I'll be here.
Yeah, if you don't accept cases, they will still be where you found them. But yeah, you say the first time you say I am busy, because then you get the achievement not now. This is important in this case, and then yeah, then we talk to him again and
so, are you ready to
accept the
take on the
case.
task?
You have my attention, Mr. Estevaux.
Mark Ridley, the son of General Arthur Ridley, is being blackmailed. Suffice to say, the compromising material is of a delicate nature. The matter is of no small importance to the Crown, especially given the status quo on Cordona.
What about the status quo?
The Ottoman population holds a certain animosity towards the colonial rule. It's been this way since we took over the island. General Ridley made concessions with their leaders, but I'm afraid we are still teetering on the edge of open hostility.
What does Mycroft want me to do? Retrieve the blackmail material?
No, sir, nothing of the sort. Mark Ridley is meeting the blackmailer atop the old city bridge tower. You shall observe from a distance, then establish the blackmailer's identity. Do not attempt to arrest him. We'll handle it from there.
Saving the best for yourself? Fine.
There is a cafe just over the bridge that provides a good vantage point. Please report to me when you are done. I'll be waiting for you here, and remember, discretion is of the essence.
Yeah, that's how we start the third case from Mycroft, the Law of Death, and Cordona.
Do exercise some restraint, Mr. Holmes. Find the whos and we'll handle the whys.
Okay. So yeah, now we have to find the place where the sailor gone. So yeah, do not accept his request the first time, otherwise you will not be able to get the achievement unlocked. Okay, Mycroft agents. Blackmailed Old City Bridge Tower. The patio of the Primrose Cafe. The western side of the Old City Bridge. Scaglio will be a good vantage point. Let's see. This is the Old City Bridge. So I guess it means this area. So we can just depends we can we can pass through from there. Okay, and then walk back to the bridge and over the bridge because we need to be on the other side. We could have also used the other travel point, it doesn't really matter. Ah. There you see this building with the purple flowers just at the beginning of the bridge. So here, that's where we need to be. This is from a DLC. Content.
Here, grab a seat.
And there's John.
Here, grab a seat.
You even brought a book, huh?
Now we wait.
May I have... Same as always.
You just don't give up, do you?
Oh, come on, let's get closer. I can't see anything from here.
No, too early.
So we're just going to sit here all day?
Patience, John. I have a feeling this is more than simple blackmail. We'll be close when the blackmailer leaves, and then...
Go!
Okay. Something new happens. While we waited, someone fell down.
Oh, not a pretty sight, this.
Here, let's examine the body.
Head trauma, fatal. Gravity is cruel like that.
Who's it?
A rather frivolous accessory for a military man. Shame it's all bloody now. He was stabbed several times before he fell. The shape of the wounds suggest a curved blade. The knife is missing.
It's almost like he's dancing.
Dancing the danse macabre.
Yeah, broken leg. And a key.
A key, and where there's a key, there's a lock.
No signs of life, no pulse. I'm declaring Corporal Ridley dead.
What's happened?
Yeah,
Who is it?
that's an unfortunate death. We got a scarf, victim profile, and a key.
Please move along. The police are on their way. Everything's under control.
Is it now? The General's own son has fallen out of the tower, and not without help, it seems. I need to inspect the scene, and quickly.
The corporal? He ordered me not to let anyone inside without telling him. But now... Wait, are you saying it's a murder?
So we have to provide evidence. For example, how he died, the victim profile.
A brief examination of the body was enough for me to conclude that he was murdered by a blade of Ottoman origin.
You can't possibly be so certain.
Oh, I can be. The corporal suffered deep stab wounds which were inflicted with great force. They were made by a knife meant for cutting, not stabbing. A curved blade, such as an Ottoman jambir or a Gurkha kukri. I haven't seen any Gurkhas on the island, so the conclusion is quite obvious.
Amazing. You do seem more than competent. All right, go in. I'll wait here for the police.
Did you see anything suspicious?
No, sir, nothing. Corporal Ridley had to attend to some private matters upstairs. No one went in, no one came out. Oh, but that means the killer is still inside. Are you sure you want to go in alone?
I'm not alone. I have my friend with me.
Your friend? You mean your gun? There's no one at...
Never mind, I'll be fine.
Huh. That was the clue. That no one can see Sherlock. Let's enter the building.
The killer's gone, vanished into thin air. Imagine if we'd been able to get up here 10 years ago. Oh, it would have been the perfect base.
This blade is a naval officer's dirk, sharp and well cared for. The edge is covered with blood, but the tip is clean.
That's a deep fall. Ah, Jesse was pushed out the window. Oh. Scribble.
This cigarette is still smouldering.
Could it mean we haven't left that long ago? A blackmail letter on the ground. I know all about your latest affair. Meet me in Old City Bridge Tower. Come along and bring 100 Magiers if you don't want the word to reach the wrong ears. So yeah, the Magiers, the in-game currency.
Exactly 100 Mangiers. The killer didn't touch them.
That's strange. Yeah, we have a few white circles.
Gonna join the Navy after all. That'd make Mycroft so happy, you know.
Shut up, John.
So we got an outfit item. But it was this one, the Navy officer uniform. Okay, concentrate. Freshly broken.
Can you smell the body odor, John? Someone's been hiding in here. Someone sweaty.
Unless it's a laundry chest. But then it's a different mystery altogether. The case of the vanishing sweaty pantaloons. There's a nice view from here, don't you think?
Now we can reconstruct what happened. Let's see where on. That's different. Ah, he stabbed because he found here the knife and the traces that he was bleeding when thrown out the window. Most likely someone fell. Maybe the culprit because he was here with the knife. since there was a guy, or Sherlock mentioned that someone was sweaty in the hiding in the box, the chest, so that means that probably the knife was with him and not from the guy who got killed.
Ridley was attacked by his blackmailer, but before being pushed out the window, Ridley managed to wound him. The killer must still be bleeding.
Some new information, anything gone wrong?
Come on, let's take the rope down.
I'd rather take the stairs.
What a bore.
Yeah. So the culprit probably escaped from here, and yeah, Sherlock would definitely try it, because in this game all the signs shows that the guy is afraid of water.
So what happened? Was there anyone upstairs?
No, the killer escaped. We're dealing with a carefully planned assassination. What can you tell me about the deceased?
We were from the same unit, stationed together at the barracks by the bridge, but I can't say I knew him well. Maybe someone at the barracks could tell you more.
Do you know if the corporal had any enemies? Someone who would want him dead?
No, none that I know of. But then again, there's always the Ottomans. They'd want all of us soldiers dead, I reckon.
Okay. So that sounds great. Okay, the victim, clues. Yeah. The guy escaped. So if you look, the rope is up there, goes all the way down there. So let's check that out first. There you can see.
That was a rough landing.
So he broke. That's painful.
Wow. Amazing, right?
Disturbing is more like it. House.
No, it was a secret. We were meeting. How could anyone find out?
The truth always comes out one way or another, but enough of this. Tell me, have you seen anything suspicious here?
No, I heard the servants talking about blood near the main entrance, but I didn't think... This is too much for me. I can't.
Why did you have to be so mean to her?
I wasn't mean. Now is not the time for pity.
Is that you or your reptilian brain talking?
So we now find
I'll be right here.
some clues. The main entrance.
A bloody trail. Let's see where it leads.
Door.
A pile of fresh clothes. How convenient. all soaked in blood. Well, a fresh shirt is as good a lead as any.
So, think you can identify the killer on the first try?
Huh. Do you doubt me?
Do you think they'd mind if I washed my shirt? I haven't changed in...
So we also got a challenge, John, to find the killer in one go.
Days, and I'm starting to smell.
So yeah, so there is a trophy called guilty, and in this moment you can also get a trophy, and they're all connected with 3 other cases. We haven't find them yet, because we need to progress through the main story further. Yeah, the other 2 cases is called blindsided, and the other one is iron coffin. And the way to get the guilty trophy is to answer the accusations, give 3 correct answers. So this is the first of the 3 cases that you need to finish to get that trophy. So yeah, let's find the guy who did it. So let's go outside. Let's see. Are there any more? Let's. He's wounded. Let's observe the guy. And has a missing knife. So this person has faint bloodstains, but is the guy standing next to the main gate, the main entrance. Faint bloodstains oozing through the bandages, cuts and scrapes, hands are shaking, ornate sheet, knife is missing, hands over face, consumed by guilt or stress, and red spots, hives, which can also cause, if you're stressed, that you get, red stuff. So, this is probably the culprit. And the correct answer is on edge. So the character portrait the culprit. The culprit is at the house of Eagle. Judging by his ornament sheet, he is the scion of his family, wearing a bloody bandage under his shirt due to the missing knife in the sheet, and is clearly the murderer. It seems that his heart is still racing and he's still wounded up from a fight. He's trying to suppress it, but his body gives him away.
What are you staring at, you crazy woman?
So now you have to, when you do confront, you have to choose the right accusations for the victim profile to get to achieve the trophy in the end, the guilty trophy. And the specific trophy for now is the not his toy.
So, here you are. The wounded eagle in its eyrie.
What the hell? An Englishman here? Why are you wearing a dress?
I understand your confusion. It's been a turbulent day, hasn't it?
Do you have any idea who you're talking to, Brit?
Indeed I do. You are the proud son of this house. Proud but wounded. You keep it well hidden, but you're far too nervous to think straight. So please let me explain while you catch your breath.
I am Osai, son of Hassan. You are on my father's property, and yes, you had better start being convincing.
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I have every reason to believe that you were involved in the murder of Mark Ridley.
Are you accusing me?
So yeah, we are accusing him. Then now we need to choose the right answers for the clues we got. First one, the victim profile.
That's right, I am. I recovered the murder weapon. It bears an eagle crest, the same crest that is so proudly displayed within your house.
And a proud house we are. My father speaks for all Ottomans on this island, remember that.
Regrettably, I failed to detect much pride in the callow way you ambushed the corporal.
Okay, so you can see here on the top, you see with the green thingy that we got the first one correct. The other one, what happened was the meeting gone wrong.
It couldn't have been very comfortable for you inside that chest, waiting to catch the corporal off guard. Couldn't you find a better place to hide?
You're a fine one to talk of tactics. You're dressed as a woman.
If you'll pardon the metaphor, he was a fishbone that became lodged in your throat. You had a strong motive to see him dead.
Okay, and the last one is the letter from Julian. Julian's letter. And then he asks for you to confirm the accusation, because it's the last thing, for one of the last items, the reason for motive.
At the heart of this crime is a woman, Jalen. I wonder who she might be to you. Your wife? Unlikely. Your sister?
Enough! Don't you dare say a word about my sister. It was he who led her to sin. That son of a dog, Mark Ridley. He spat on our traditions and brought shame to our family. His father promised us peace, but I knew how it would be. You feed the crow, it tears your eyes out.
So you risked the peace to right your honor?
I had no other choice. Not that you'd understand, Brit.
Okay, so now you have two choices. To get the first trophy, not his toy, you have to arrest him. And that also counts into the 3 other cases you need to arrest people to get the guilty trophy. If you choose the keep peace one, the guy will not be arrested, the murderer, and you'll get extra in-game money as reward since Mycroft will solve the issue. But yeah, for the trophy we have to choose. I have to arrest you, so I'm gonna do that for now. So yeah, that's also why I'm explaining. So yeah, let's choose the I have to arrest you. But this will also cause a fight. So the in-game fighting stuff happens.
Azai, you are under arrest for the murder of Mark Ridley. You'll have to come with me now.
First you sneak into my house, and now this? We'll put you down like the rabid dog you are.
And of course, Mycroft will be angry with us. Even though we solved this case.
I'm coming for you.
But that's only in the text only, like he comes by to say
No more crime for you until next month.
Caused a political blunder or something. Oh, that one first.
Too simple.
The snuff's ready.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
The square button is reload the bullets, but also, oh my god, I'm shooting. But it will also happen if you run out of bullets. It will happen
Too simple.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Where is the guy? There's a guy there.
Get ready for some pain. I'm coming for you.
The snuff's ready.
That guy.
Just die.
Damn, red.
Too simple.
I'm coming for you.
Where is he?
Hey!
Oh, no. What was necessarily?
We can overcome the brute now.
I couldn't miss the party.
Need to run.
Oh! Don't bother moving.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Where's the guy?
Too simple.
Yeah, that was that one.
It's time for you to go to prison, Azai. Come with me, and let's do so peacefully this time.
You'll regret this, Brit.
Of course he's angry. So now we're in the jail.
Get out of my face, Brit.
You did everything right, Sherry, no matter what Mycroft or his henchmen will say.
Yeah, Mycroft will be annoyed that we arrested him instead of him taking care of business. It probably will be, I don't know, something on the shoving it under the rug or something. Yeah. Anyway, let's leave. Exit. So we're under the police station. I have to find stairs. Where was it again? Okay, not this way. Stairs. Ah, here.
Mr. Holmes, I am in no position to reprimand you, but you should know that your unwarranted intervention will cost us dearly.
I did what I had to do. The killer was brought to justice.
I didn't expect you to be so narrow-minded. You have undermined your brother's efforts, and now we will have to face the consequences.
Such is the price of law and order, Mr. Estevo. Everyone must be held accountable for their actions.
Law and order? You are clearly oblivious of the bigger picture, Mr. Holmes. There is no point in us discussing it further. I bid you good day.
You did everything right, Sherry, no matter what Mycroft or his henchmen will say.
Yeah, that's an happy camper. Okay, so now we finished all 3 cases from Mycroft. So these are not cases from DLC, just cases in the game. Yeah, let's continue a bit more in the main story, because otherwise most of the stuff, yeah, some cases will be locked behind that we have to finish. Yeah, finish certain cases first. So yeah, let's continue with the case from Vogel. We got an invitation at asking for us to go to the place. We already found it on the map. So let's go to the art. Let's visit the gallery. Okay. Gallery. Yeah. And if you want to do the police cases, you can find them on all these bulletin boards one after another. You cannot pick them up all at once. You just have to finish one and then continue. Ah, happy campers. That's probably from the case we just finished, so they're not happy. So let's continue with the main story case, Muse from abroad. Yeah, so String Theory is a case in-game. Saint and Sinners is the first DLC. That was we found by listening to other people's conversation. On this point on the map, that's around the crossing on Castle and Settle Street, so you have to be on Castle Road to get there. Okay, well, let's do the Vogel thing that's here. That was written in the invitation as well, so we're just gonna fast travel to it. It's more easier to do. We have to go that way. That's that building in the distance. Now we have to go here for the art gallery, which you will not be able to enter before the whole invitation. There he is.
Mr. Holmes, you came. Oh, how kind. Though now, of course, I realize it is because of my game, not the works on display.
It needn't be one or the other. Your man's disguise was easily debunked, Mr. Vogel, but I shall admit that you planted in me the seed of curiosity.
Ah, terrific! I had no doubt you'd put the pieces together. Let us call it an opening gambit before the real game begins. So, this little game of yours, what's it about? An enigma to solve. A locked area in the basement with no windows found brutally vandalized. I have no clue how it was possible.
What about this intrusion? What happened?
Last night, I was about to leave the gallery when I heard a noise downstairs. I went to the basement, but I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. It was admittedly a rudimentary inspection. It is not uncommon to get rats down there, so seeing nothing of note, I left and locked up the building. When I returned this morning, alas, I discovered that part of the exhibition had been torched, and there was no sign of the intruder. The mystery being, of course, that all the doors to the gallery were locked exactly as I left them.
And the door to the basement is the only entrance?
Correct. Tell me you're not intrigued.
Huh.
And this locked area downstairs, what exactly was it?
The under gallery. It's always shut, and I'm the only one with the key.
Ah, so this is your private collection, not part of the gallery.
Oh, no. It's an exclusive exhibition of eccentric pieces. Only a select cadre of artists, investors, and collectors are admitted. Not everyone deserves to have their eyes opened.
Well, this matter is certainly within my wheelhouse.
This intrusion troubles me. Please take a look around if you're willing. The under gallery is through the door at the end.
I will see what I see.
Okay. So let's take a look. The under gallery. Yeah, you can interact with the stuff that's here. We have to go downstairs. Oh. Oh, that's where we came from. So you can interact with stuff. Doesn't add much.
You sure you don't like art, Sherry? You sure you don't like art, Sherry?
Yeah, let's head downstairs.
Back home, we've got a taxidermist. He's gonna have a heart attack when he sees what I bring him.
A simplistic attempt at provocation.
Back home, we've got a taxidermist. He's gonna have a heart attack when he sees what I bring him.
Yeah. So that's interesting.
Old, and hasn't been used for a long time. The left step's length is shorter than the right. It indicates that the walker was lame. Closed with a metal bolt. Footprints. Size 9.5.
Scratches.
A true artist never shows an unfinished piece.
So happy.
Sherry, how about some company in that dreary chamber of yours?
Leave my loneliness, Umbro. A handprint of the thing from another world. But it looks fresh, and its coal origin ruins the effect of the extra mundane.
Skeleton. More updated clothes.
Sodden and mould-ridden. One presumes deliberately. Saturn devouring his son. Oh, grim composition.
Unflinching in its ferocity, yet somehow beautiful.
The parasites of creativity. Or just a reflection of the artist's recreational interests.
Mushrooms. Now clearly something was burned.
A Malpalbot. Coal fingerprints. I think we're looking for a man with a coal moustache. Ugh, sheer vandalism. Only an ignorant person could do such a thing.
We got all the clues. Yeah, lie down on the dirty floor, of course. Vogel.
The intruder entered the basement through the coal chute. He used a magnet to open the hatch bolt. He accidentally pushed a shovel to the floor. Vogel heard the noise. At the sound of his approaching footsteps, the intruder hid inside the coffin. When Vogel entered the basement, he failed to notice anything strange and left without properly checking. The intruder waited until Vogel had left the caravanserai before burning the paintings in Wild's room, but the vandalism was a cover for the theft.
Now we can talk to Vogel. No sides. There he is.
The pieces are not what I expected. What do you think my collection is about?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter which one you answer. Just, I guess.
It's a reflection on mortality. Nothing lasts forever, no beauty sustains itself, and everything succumbs to darkness. Am I right?
I don't know.
Well, that's absurd. Of course you know. It's your gallery.
There is no one answer, no singular truth, but many filtered through the subjective mind. That forgetting, embellishing, lying machine. Besides, what's wrong with a lie if it makes life more interesting?
What's wrong with a lie? It corrupts the ability of others to behave freely and rationally.
Men never act freely and rationally anyway. It matters not what is or isn't in the end. The only important thing is how you feel. And I simply want to feel and consume as much as I can. Don't you?
Feelings are simply one's animal ancestry trying to wrest back control of the brain. I try to avoid the distraction.
You try not to feel, even in a place like this? None of it moves you?
To be frank, I struggle to maintain even a whit of interest in art.
But, Mr. Holmes, it is joy incarnate, mankind's greatest achievement.
Mankind's highest achievement above all others is objective and rational thought.
I see, then, why you dislike art, for it means whatever you want it to.
Or, perhaps, Mr. Vogel, I was lying.
Aha.
Yeah, you can either choose, say, the case was interesting or the case was trivial. Doesn't influence much.
Mr. Vogel, my investigation has revealed that the intrusion was not merely vandalism but theft. The limping visitor left your place with a canvas.
That's very impressive.
This thief was familiar with the gallery and he was sporting a limp. Do any of your clients or artists come to mind?
My, your attention to detail is remarkable, Mr. Holmes. I should introduce you to Bosch's works. Alas, I'm afraid I cannot suggest a culprit.
The fire was a clever attempt to hide a stolen painting, even if it didn't fool me. I found the remnants of an empty frame in the pile of ashes. The canvas had been removed. Do you know which paintings in the Wild Room may have interested a thief? Were any particularly expensive?
Those pieces belong to a well-known artist named Boniface Mercurio. They're controversial, but not of a notably high value.
The intruder entered the basement through the coal chute. He used a magnet to open the latch and dislodged the shovel while doing so. That's the noise you heard yesterday. When you went downstairs to investigate, he hid in the coffin.
It seems I should have checked the space more thoroughly.
There's something more, is there not? I can see it in your eyes.
Indeed. There is another intriguing angle. I recently received an anonymous offer for one of Mercurio's works. The sum was more than fair, and indeed could have saved Mercurio from his artistic poverty. But he declined it.
Was it a performative whim? Some artists lionize pain and hardship as if their work would be worse after a meal and a hot bath.
I cannot tell. But not only did he refuse the deal, he insisted on displaying the painting in the public space. I was hoping to change his mind, but artists are a special breed of stubborn.
So where can I find Boniface Mercurio?
I know he lives somewhere in Old City, but couldn't be more specific. He's a prominent figure, so finding him shouldn't be a problem.
What was depicted in the piece?
A bound woman, wrapped in robes, being penetrated by a red devil that stared at us, the viewer. The beast had numerous tails growing from his back, and a large crowd gathered around the pair, silently watching the orgiastic scene.
Okay, well, given the nature of the other works on display, it's hard to see why that one stood out. What could possibly be its value?
The evaluation of art is very subjective, Mr. Holmes. After all, art is everything. A poem, a bruise, the beads of sweat on your beloved skin, even a masterfully solved crime.
I'm not sure I see the connection.
Regardless, the painting was one of a series called The Sabbath Night in Cordona. The works depict sex, violence, and other controversial acts that life, for better or worse, contains.
I see.
I'm not sure that you do, but that can wait for another time.
Well, I believe I have enough to begin. Thank you, Mr. Vogel. Your gallery certainly has unexpected depths.
I'm delighted to have been able to please a friend. In return, I expect you to come back with good news, or at least with a good story.
So now, on a search for Mercurio's address. Let's head outside. Yeah, let's go to the Chronicles. Since he says he's a famous person, so he's probably been in a newspaper. Let's check it out. Okay, so someone lives in Old City. Maybe article, celebrities. So celebrities, article, and Old City. Okay. So the brawl at Arthur's Salad. The past week has brought us a new scandal regarding the local so-called artistic high society. It all began at a painting salad named by the local artists as the Dance of Decadence. The director of the publishing house, the Lion Darren Turek, broke the idyll by throwing a chair at a decadent artist, Boniface Mercurial. As Mr. Turek said later, he did it because Mr. Mercurial brought dishonor to his name. The column writer graciously reminds the reader that recently Mr. Mercurial was spotted with Mrs. Turek at a coffee shop. Afterwards, an orchestra conductor, Kurt Geller, smashed the painting across Turek's head to protect his friend Mercurial. A large brawl started, including a large number of customers after a protracted fight. The police arrived, all the high society brawlers were arrested and placed under guard for a week. What a breathtaking evening it was. As your loyal personal advisor, I suggest that you obtain a souvenir from the salad. Unfortunately, it has since ended, but Boniface Mercurial himself invites our readers to visit his home and purchase one of his paintings. You will find them at the address Holmes Avenue between Scarlet Street and Olive Street in Old City. So we found his address. So let's find Old City. So this area he lives on the map. Olive Street, and the other street is near the Havana Watchtower fast travel point.
Excuse me, young man, where do you think you're going?
Greetings, ma'am. I'm looking for the...
I don't care who you're looking for. You shall not pass. No visitors allowed.
I wish to buy a painting from Mr. Boniface Mercurio. Is he at...
Dearie, tell me, because old age has made me blind. Did someone write Information Bureau on my forehead? Because I'm not here to answer your questions. Entry is for residents only. If you aren't a resident, please leave, or I shall report you to the police.
So that means we probably have to change our clothes. To look like the picture. So we're just gonna borrow them.
Another knife. Another knife in the pillar. Another debt paid in blood.
Ah, so those people that are whispering is probably from the pillar of the knives case, but we'll not be doing that now. Continue with the news abroad.
Don't miss out.
Let's
change the clothes to look like the person. So rent a shirt. We'll change the hairstyle. He wears glasses. Scruffy beard, bristles. Yeah, we can do makeup. An artist 10 powder.
Be careful with what you've taken.
So yeah, let's go back to the house.
Boniface, sweetie. Is that you? Ah, old age does terrible things to one's sight. I didn't recognize you at first.
How are you, Mum? I'm ashamed to admit that I've lost my key. Do you have a spare?
For heaven's sake! How many times will you lose that key of yours? Of course I have a spare. You artists all live in your own little world.
Please, accept my thanks.
I would rather accept your rent. You promised to pay me several weeks ago, and I'm still waiting.
I will pay you, I promise, very soon.
You'd better do, my dear. Or else I'll just change the lock. And I won't fall for those cow eyes.
So now we can enter the apartment.
Red skin, tails on the back, reminds me of Werder's description of the stolen painting. The chest has been searched. Aunt May whiskey, brandy bucks. Quite a collection he had here.
Let's examine the body.
Judging by post-mortem rigidity, the body lay here for 1 or 2 days. Soaked in blood. It seems as if the puddle of blood was here before the rags. The wound is precise. It was inflicted by a razor or a knife. A normal kitchen knife. Could be the murder weapon. The blood has dried.
I've heard of this style of painting. It is called expressionism.
Broken bottle.
It appears the wine was truly awful. I wonder where he got that fancy camera. Despite the overall tendency towards mess, you cannot sit with the drawer pulled out like this. Someone left it after searching.
Don't look at me like that, Sherry. I will not touch that dirty floor.
The photograph was not pulled out in time. Such a waste of material. Look at this, John. Isn't it our stolen demon? Mercurio was developing photographs when the intruder snuck in. Mercurio heard him coming. While the thief was searching the chest, the painter ran towards him with a bottle in his hand. He smashed it across the thief's head. The intruder had no choice but to defend himself, and the weapon of opportunity happened to be a kitchen knife. Mercurio stepped aside to grab the painting, but the wine-blinded thief attacked Mercurio's throat. When the thief came to his senses, he saw Mercurio bleeding on the floor. He grabbed the rags and tried to bandage him, but it was too late. Why did Mercurio attempt to snatch the painting in the middle of a fight? To strike the intruder? Not with his painting, it was too important to him.
The visitor didn't kill the painter. Okay. We can.
It's time for some chemical magic, John.
So yeah, we got a clue, a painting from Mercurio's room. We've managed to erase the blood by using chemicals. It's still alive. It's a still life painting of Mercurio's room. Okay.
That doesn't look like the painting we need, Sherry.
As expected, but that doesn't mean it won't tell us anything. Let's put it on the easel where it belongs. I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the two differences, John?
Yeah, so you're missing.
Monster was actually a man. Poor girl. John, you ought to be thrilled. We are now hunting the devil himself.
What were you saying, Sherry? I was too busy sketching the scene, you know, crimes and such like, daily routine. Did you find something?
A photograph. It depicts a man in a red suit with tails sprouting from his back and multiple people in masks watching the scene. It all adds up. But the act of love, it wasn't given willingly, John. It was a violation. And the girl, she was with child.
Give that to me now. Did you recognize someone?
No. Although the victim is not from Cordona, she is African. Look at the ritual scars on her face.
Get that image out of your brain. You have to continue the investigation.
I must speak to the landlady. Perhaps she saw or heard something.
Sherry, you cannot tell her the truth about Mercurio. It will hurt her.
John, that's illogical. Sooner or later, she will come here and discover a corpse, and I still need to talk to her.
Just avoid mentioning corpse, all right? Stick to the character, tell her to call the police.
I'll take that into account.
And wait here. I've redrawn the people in the photograph. Now you can proceed with your investigation without those horrific details.
To John's challenge of not telling the landlady. That's painter's cat. Will give you a trophy called Perfect Gentleman.
What's wrong, dear? You look like you've seen a ghost.
So yeah, if you choose the answer who entered my flat recently, you would have not have told her about the death.
Can you tell me if anyone else has recently entered the flat?
Oh, you're talking about that limping man. I'm sorry I let him in. I was scared. And I thought maybe he would motivate you to find money so that you would pay your rent. No offense, dear.
Can you describe him?
Oh, so you weren't at home. I was so certain you didn't leave your flat that day. He was of average height, had a limp and a tattoo on his neck, and he was smoking Malpal cigarettes. My husband used to smoke those. They have a horrible smell I can recognize from a mile away.
So yeah. So now you can call the police to my flat on Kuro and dead. But yeah, to get a trophy you have to say that she should call the police.
Can I ask a favor?
Of course, dearie.
Please call the police and ask them to enter the flat. And don't look inside until they come up.
What? What trouble have you stepped in this time?
It really doesn't matter. Thank you, Mum.
Now we have to look for the person in the picture.
Whew, Sherry, that was close.
So let's back to the manage. No. Look at face without makeup. Empire.
But you did everything correctly. Now, take off your outfit. I can't let you walk around in a dead man's clothes.
Oh. You automatically change out of the clothes. Okay. So now we have to find person. We have to talk to people, especially women that look at similar clothing.
Are you able to help me?
I don't know about that, but people here should know more.
We have to look for a woman who dresses the same clothes. So that can take some time to find someone. Yeah, this guy. That's from Deersail. West from Mycroft.
You're never too old to play hopscotch. But are you brave enough to play our hard version on the stairs of the watchtower?
Yeah, you have to look some.
Can I ask you a question?
I would help you find you more, but perhaps others will be more helpful.
Not bad.
Could you help me?
Oh, I've heard talk.
Okay, so we found some wearing similar clothes and gave us the clue. A pregnant girl, a scar on the girl's face seems to be from EU's ethnic group tribe. The only place where you can find EU's people in Cordona is the refugee camp located under Victoria Bridge between Scully and Silverton. So we have to go there. Scully over Victoria Bridge. That bridge we can fast travel. We have to go back towards the bridge. But then this side. No, yes. No. You're on the side from Scoldio, and you can see near the Victoria Bridge. You have here a path, and you can walk down there. That's where we have to go.
Beasts!
Murderers!
They're completely livid.
First they come to our land. Can I ask you a question?
The law can't help you.
Drop them all into the sea!
Sir, this place is off limits to the public. Please state your business or leave, or I shall request that the police escort you out.
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm a private investigator. I'm looking for a witness for a case.
A private investigator? Really? Even so, you're not authorised. I can't let you in.
And you are?
I'm Ronald Harlow, here to handle the refugee situation on behalf of City Hall. I'm the acting supervisor here, so I have full authority here to ask you to leave, or I shall order the police to detain you for trying to pass the blockade. Please, step back.
So let's observe the guy. Show the eyes, the clothing, his hands. Shoe. And his mouth. Overdressed, wants to look like an authoritative, damp, palm sweating, stressed. Pale bags under eyes, works indoor, poor lighting, clean shoes, sanitary, slight moustache. Tries to appear older. Days. Character profile, Ronald Harrell. Ronald Harrell is a billion clerk.
What about the murder that this crowd keeps shouting about?
It's mere assumption. I assure you that the situation is under the police's control.
I know you want to deal with this in the right way. You are obviously a professional and a responsible person, but you clearly have never handled a situation like this before.
I am handling it, Mr. Holmes. Don't question my capability here.
And tell me how you do it. You can't even calm this gathered crowd, and as for the police, they're not quite managing it either, are they? You consider yourself a problem solver, but until today, you've been solving problems sitting at your desk in a dark corner of a city hall room. Here, you need a more practical approach.
What are you driving at, Mr. Holmes?
I can help you to handle the situation if you're truly interested in solving things quickly and quietly.
And how exactly would you manage that?
Simply tell the police that I'm with City Hall and I'm permitted to investigate the scene. I'll work out the rest, but in return I need your help finding my witness. She's a young refugee. She's with child or was with child recently.
Look, there is indeed a dead body inside the camp. So even if the girl you are looking for is there, all the refugees are now being detained and interrogated by the police. They won't allow you to speak with her, and I can't do anything about that until the situation settles down.
So it's in our mutual interest to settle it.
Oh. I suppose that things are bad enough that I ought not shy away from help. All right, Mr. Holmes. I'll tell the police to allow you to come inside. Just tell me when you're ready.
Mr. Harlow, how did the refugees end up here exactly?
Oh, so you're not from around here yourself?
I've been away for some time, but I read the papers.
Yes, this whole story has been in the papers for almost a year now. They were smuggled to Cordona on a ship from Africa.
Smuggled? Then why didn't you deport them?
The smugglers managed to sneak them to shore and hide them inside an abandoned warehouse. When the police raided the warehouse and found the refugees there, the ship was already gone. We aren't even certain as to which ship it was. We have busy shipping routes with other colonies these days, you see.
So you decided to lock them up under a bridge?
There was no other option. We're still trying to work out what to do with them. I only hope we'll find a humane solution and not put them on a raft and float them out to sea.
Mr. Harlow, what exactly do you do here? What are your responsibilities?
What I do and what I am responsible for are two different realities, Mr. Holmes. On paper, I am in charge of the camp territory, security, provision, and the refugees in general. What I actually do most of the time is knock on every City Hall door trying to obtain some funding, or at least rations for the camp.
The police here on City Hall's behalf too?
They are, minus those who came here after the body was found. The governor won't let the refugees disperse into the island, so there's a significant police presence guarding the camp. Naturally, they answer directly to the police. I have some influence here, but I'm not their direct authority.
I'm ready to take a look at the scene.
All right. Go inside the camp and find Inspector Tewkesbury. He's the officer investigating the scene. Tell him I sent you. Say you're an independent expert from City Hall. He'll fill in the details for you.
I'll find my way with words. Thank you, Mr. Harlow.
Murder! Beasts!
So they keep these refugees under a bridge like proverbial trolls. No wonder the people outside are so disturbed. We have seen some dark places in Cordona, but this...
We have to talk to this guy.
Who the hell are you? How did you get in here?
Mr. Ronald Harlow let me in, sir. I'm Sherlock Holmes, a surveyor of refugee affairs with City Hall. You're Inspector Tewkesbury, I presume?
A surveyor? What does that even mean?
In short, I've been sent to conduct an extensive report on the incident for the Colonial Office and to assess all the damage inflicted on state property.
Got it. Another paperworm sent to count money and get food for archive mold. Go on, look around, but don't make yourself too at home. As if I didn't have enough problems before you appeared.
Could you first tell me what happened here?
What happened? People from the bridge above the camp heard a woman screaming and saw a mass of refugees attacking a man. Clearly not a refugee. When the camp guards came by, the man was floating in the sewage canal with a knife in his chest. Bam. A murder. Big news for Cordona.
I'm sure. Thank you, Inspector. Did you learn anything about the dead man?
The fellow looks like a thug. I've had dozens like him fished out of the sea over the past 20 years. Ever since these refugees arrived, there have been people on Cordona with bad blood in them. My best bet is that this thug had something against them too.
And no clue as to his identity?
He had some items on his body, but nothing to indicate who he was or where he was from.
I think I should catalogue his possessions in my records.
Go on. They're on the table near the body.
Do you have any suspects yet?
You're joking, right? I've got a whole camp full of suspects. And if you ask me, this bloke had it coming. Better bury him and forget about the whole thing. And now there's a crowd gathered at the camp, and my superiors say we must thoroughly interrogate the refugees. At least those who can understand any English.
Do you believe that your superiors wish to get rid of the refugees?
I think that both our superiors would rather keep the story quiet. Since that's an unaffordable luxury now, they're looking how to protect their public image. That's why I have to waste my time waiting for my people to turn every stone and befriend every refugee.
And none of the refugees were harmed?
One fellow was cut. He's lying over there near their kitchen. He's in a bad way.
You mentioned a woman screaming who attracted the bypassers on the bridge. Was she harmed?
No, she's all right, but perhaps the whole debacle started because of her. She started wailing and the refugees stood up for the girl.
And where is this young woman now?
Back there in the shacks, same as the rest of the refugees. She's been questioned by my men, but she's just some refugee girl. Can't understand much English.
Here we go again. Number of hours on Cordona before stumbling upon another dead body.
Clearly a left handprint here. Someone bled profusely here. A fresh crack, as if the crate was hit recently. A man's footprint. A heavy boot with a worn-out sole. Police boots. Always happy to trample evidence.
These events have fractured into so many pieces. But I know you can collect them all, Sherlock.
Oh, carnelian agate beads, a traditional African adornment. The blood sprayed off the blade after the strike. No hint of blood or impact. It might have been used as an improvised weapon. Someone was dragged against their will. Malpal, soaked with salt water. £1,000. A fair sum, especially considering British currency isn't very common in Cordona. A simple leather sheath. Perfect for a dirk. Coal dust under the nails. I don't see much coal around here. A steel dirk. Sharp. A common accessory among sailors and soldiers. I'd say the blade penetrated upward, however the wound is too messy to be certain. An interesting tattoo. Does it mean something? Heavy boots, with one sole far more worn than the other. This man was limping John. A violent death. This man, limping. Coal dust. I think we're onto something here, John.
Yeah, we found those clues. Yeah, you can get a trophy because there's someone in the camp dying.
The cut is deep, potentially serious if not treated immediately. He is in shock, feverish and dehydrated.
Sherry, you know first aid. Surely you have a duty to help this man. You can't leave him to certain death. I think we can find all we need here in the camp. Let's have a good look around.
So yeah, but that's also John challenge, so if you help the guy. So now we need to find item.
I'll use it to create a solution.
We got water.
I'm afraid these leaves can only be added to tea.
You know, Sherry, it's dawned on me to not clown around with knives anymore.
I can use this to stop the infection from spreading.
That's a plant. So we have some clothes.
Just washed. Better than nothing to bandage the wound.
Okay.
I've collected all the ingredients, now to prepare the first aid solution.
If they find out about the passage, everything's
such a mess. Let's Sherry, just look at this. We have seen some dark places in Cordona. But this...
If they find out about the passage...
Yeah, so you need water. On the boiling pot, clothing on it was hanging to dry, clean clothes. And some plant.
Thank you.
This should make you feel better, my friend. Now remain lying down and drink as much water as you can.
Well done, Sherry. At least he won't die from the infection.
So yeah, if you haven't played the game yet,
well done, Sherry. At least
finish this one, you will receive a trophy for helping.
He won't die from the infection.
The refugees have been detained and will not leave until all the circumstances are clarified.
Let's see. gods. Ghost. Sherlock is afraid of water. Or he cannot swim. So if you walk too far into the water. Yeah, you will have a problem.
A furrow in the ground. A blood trail leading to or from the canal. You know what? I'd like to understand.
What?
How did our dead man end up inside the camp in the first place? It's unlikely anyone could get in or out of the camp by water without alerting the police guards.
If they find out about the passage.
Sealed shut. I doubt our man could get through these grates.
If they find out about the passage.
No, it's too short for these walls or cliffs. A single Malpal butt. Roadman cigarettes. A brand highly regarded by law enforcement officers. So there wasn't any sophisticated infiltration plan. The good old police just let the man into the camp. Now we have everything we need to get the full picture of what happened at the camp.
Now I need to recreate.
So, we have a thug who came to take a refugee woman with him. She resisted, but he dragged her by force. One of the refugees stood in his way, armed with a stick, yet he could do nothing against a cutthroat with a blade. The man didn't anticipate that the other refugees would intervene and stand against him. In the confusion, the woman managed to break free. The thug took fright and fled. He was stopped by the falling crates. He stumbled and fell, piercing his chest with his own blade. However, the wound didn't cause instant death. He managed to stand, but still bleeding, he lost his balance on the bridge and fell. Before all of this, the man had freely entered the camp through the main entrance. The police admitted him after they had a short smoke together.
You live by the sword, you die by the sword. In our man's case, it's the same sword.
You still here?
Inspector, I believe I can aid your investigation. I know who the dead man is and what really happened here.
You do? Well, good for you. But I'm afraid I'm not the one you need to share your findings with. Speak to Mr. Harlow here. He's the one responsible for settling things in the camp.
You don't even care to listen?
Oh, I do care. And maybe even more than I need to. But I'm only here today to lock the place up, question witnesses, and file the facts. It's sad, but coming up with conclusions is not among my tasks here. You fellows at City Hall do that. Anyway, speak to the supervisor. I'll just stand by and listen to what you have to say.
Mr. Harlow, your refugees didn't murder anyone.
What? Pray tell me what you've learned.
All right, listen carefully. This might solve one problem for you, but will create a few more.
Oh, well, that's a great start.
The man came to the camp intending to kidnap one of your refugees, a woman. What he didn't expect was that the refugees would stand up to protect the woman. A brawl had broken out. In the chaos of it, the man stumbled over those crates and fell on his own blade.
How do you know he fell on his own blade?
The wound in his chest was inflicted from an unusual angle. It was not an offensive stab, shall we say. The refugees didn't touch him. And judging by the blood at the scene, the intruder managed to raise himself but was unable to walk very far. He ultimately fell into the canal.
But how did he sneak into the camp? Why didn't the police see him?
And this is where your new problems emerge, Mr. Harlow.
What do you mean?
You're not a dull-witted man. You know what I mean. There is no feasible way to get into the camp without the police guards knowing of it.
The pile of mess I had to sort out has just become bigger, but somehow that doesn't surprise me. Anyway, I thank you for your help, Mr. Holmes. I'll take it from here. Meanwhile, I'll make sure the police aren't detaining the refugees any longer. You can go back in and look for your witness.
You think one small clerk can make any difference in this place?
Who knows, John? Just one ill-fitting cog could make the whole machine crumble.
If they find out about the passage...
Let's listen. Take out refugee. Camp lockdown. Money. So, what's going on at the refugee camp? Police officers are worried that the situation with the dead body will put the camp into strict lockdown, and they will lose the money flow they were earning from their scheme.
Nobody will know anything if you keep your bloody mouth shut.
The coppers smell fishy here, Sherry. Perhaps we should sniff around in the camp a little more thoroughly.
May I ask for your assistance?
They often take us from the camp to work. Most don't mind, though. It's the only way to get a glimpse of freedom.
So we got a clue. According to the refugees, some shady people regularly visit the camp and take refugees away with them to perform various work. The work is usually hard, but the refugees receive money and food. The girl was abused after she was supposedly taken to such work. Since then, the refugees decided not to allow their women to be taken.
Was that depravity in the photograph one of the workplaces the refugees are taken to? And all the while the police look the other way. Ugh, typical.
Do we have to talk to people?
You still here?
The guards at the sewers were speaking about taking refugees out of the camp. Do you know anything about this, Inspector?
Less than you do, obviously.
And this doesn't bother you as an officer of the law?
I can neither punish them nor put them on the right track, if that's what you're asking. Maybe your friends at City Hall could do something about it, but I seriously doubt that. To be honest, I'm sick and tired of being frowned on for my uniform. If those fine gentlemen you've eavesdropped on are in some shady business, that's on their heads.
So there's a smuggling ring in the camp. This wasn't the first time that someone freely entered the camp to take a refugee out.
At least it was certainly his last time. My gut tells me that we'll learn more about this ring when we find out where the thug came from.
So that was John's challenge. What happens in the camp? So you have to talk to a refugee in the camp and have the clue pinned and also talk to the police inspector with the glasses. So now we're gonna look for the person.
You're the one who tended to our man's wounds. I thank you greatly. The police didn't allow us to help him.
The police will leave you alone now. I've proven to them that the man who came into the camp died due to his own foolishness.
Thank you for standing up for us. But nobody would help us without a reason. You're here because you want something.
Yes, I do. I need to speak with the girl drawn here.
The dead man came for her too. He wanted to take the girl away, but we won't allow her to be hurt again. What do you want from Naylor?
Naylor. She was hurt some time ago. I'm here to find the people who did this and bring them to justice. And to find them, I need Naylor's help. Will you let me speak to her?
Justice. There's no justice on this land. But you helped us, so maybe your words are not empty. You can speak to Naylor if she wants it. But I will be watching you.
Hello, Naylor? My name is Sherlock. I know someone hurt you. I am here to help. I'm trying to find the people involved and bring them to justice. Please. There is a photograph, and I'm sorry, it is terrible, but I simply must ask. Where did this happen? What can you tell me about these people? Christ, Sherlock. Naylor, I'm sorry. I'm not very good at this.
You come here for me, but you are rude and cruel and condescending. A cross. The man had this cross. Now go away. Leave us be. I do not need another white man's help.
Oh, glad that wasn't me.
Not my best work, John, by a long shot. Naylor doesn't want us meddling. I'm starting to wonder what this all achieves.
But she helped you anyway. Now we know that maniac's face and the cross he wore, we can still catch him. Terrible events are behind that canvas, Sherry.
I owe you a lot, Mr. Holmes.
You still here? Your problem, not mine.
I'll just look around and do my paperwork. You won't even notice me.
I wish.
Strange.
You still here?
The intruder has a most peculiar tattoo on his neck, 2 lines and a point. Do you know anything about it?
You really want to know, kid? Why? You want to play a policeman or something?
I'm sure you have it in your records, so it won't hurt if I have it in mine.
In my records, it's just a tattoo, as it should be in yours. Ah, to hell with you. Suit yourself as to what you're going to do with it. Off the record, though, such tattoos are often connected to a man named Mr. Niccolo Bernadotti.
Bernadotti, you say?
A respectable businessman in Scalario. His company imports goods and wines, and smuggles everything that can be smuggled between the colonies and the mainland. His people can be identified by an obscure tattoo, just like the one over there our friend has. But these are all merely rumours, you see. If Mr. Bernadotti was a criminal, he'd be in prison now. Or hanged, right?
Ah. Okay. So you have to look for the person. Let's go to the city archives.
Beasts!
So we have to find the clue where he is. These British high officials or subjects, officials. Guess he's British because he's a British high-ranking officer. I guess registry, occupation. We got the clue. Thomas Norton profile. Thomas Norton, born 1840 in London, graduated from the University of Oxford in 1864. In 1869 started working at the Home Office as a secretary. In 1875 took a position as a military commissioner in India. Honored by the Queen herself with the Order of the Badge in 1877, in March 1878 was appointed as the British envoy in Cordona with his own cabinet in the city hall. So, let's find them. Go to the other side of the city hall. We have here one Thomas Norton above the door. Over the side, Chief Archivist, but we don't have to be there. Yeah. So, you can get another trophy. You have to talk to the person in question.
If you're here on matters of signing up for military service, come back tomorrow. Our department needs to straighten out some business.
So his eyes, his beard, medals, his shoulder, and his hands, probably, yeah. So, red eyes, didn't sleep last night, facial hair, no time to shave, odor of the bath, well worn, never removed, rumpled clothes. Stays at work late, red stain, 1. So, to get the trophy short temper, you have to say he's a party goer. Because then we have the opportunity to punch him in the face.
Why are you staring at me like I'm a Madame Tussauds figure? Didn't you hear what I just said?
On my way here, I was wondering whether you might regret what you did. I tried my best to retain at least a shred of faith in humanity. I had hoped that you would hear her scream, see her face in your dreams, or at least once asked yourself how Naylor might feel.
Who?
Neither of my hopes were fulfilled.
Why are you here?
Then the option shows punch him in the face. That will give you the... So you first have to say him as a party goer, and then punch him in the face option will be available. Right? Do it.
You defiled a girl who was with child. Don't even pretend that you regret what took place. Do you wonder why I came here? It is because I am disgusted with people like you, and the only way in my mind to rid the world of your ilk is to see you hanging from the gallows.
All right, all right. Is it about money, as you said in the letter? I have it, all right? There's no need for violence.
I've never written a single word to you. As you can see, I have a more direct approach.
That letter, it wasn't from you. So what do you want?
Answers, to start with.
Fine. I suppose now we have a nice long talk. Do you drink, Mr...
Sherlock Holmes. And I do not.
Shame. All the best discussions are accompanied by a glass of whiskey. But out of respect for you, I won't drink either.
Respect? That's an unusual word in your mouth, Mr...
Where are my manners? My name is Thomas Norton, a British envoy in Cordona on a military mission. So, where do we start?
So now we can ask all the questions.
You mentioned blackmail. Tell me about it.
All right. A couple of days ago, I received an anonymous letter. It said that in the art gallery at Caravansary there exists a painting that incriminates me. The blackmailer made it clear that if there is a painting, then a photograph exists too, and I should be wary of what it might do to my reputation.
What does the blackmailer want from you?
Money, of course. What else do such people want? Needless to say, I don't remember anyone taking photographs at the party. Up until the last moment, I hoped he was bluffing. But he wasn't, as you've just proven to me.
Show me the letter.
I burnt it as soon as I read it. I've left enough evidence. There's no need for any more.
So, let's return to the beginning. What happened at the party?
I vaguely remember that night. As usual at such parties, you meet people, you talk with them, they invite you to spend some time alone with them. What can I say? I got myself mixed up with the wrong company, and somebody must have mixed some psychoactive substance in my drink. After that, it's all blurry. I completely lost my sanity. I made a terrible mistake which I regret deeply.
You don't say. Do refugee girls often appear on the menu at those types of parties?
It's rather rare.
So you didn't attend the party to engage in an exotic experience involving a vulnerable woman unable to accuse you of assault?
I would never have planned such a terrible thing. What happened was just bad circumstance.
The painting that depicted you in the image of the devil was stolen by a mercenary. Did you have anything to do with it?
I might be a rotten person, sir, but hiring criminals for illicit purposes is not in my daily schedule.
And buying the painting in an attempt to hide the crime, is that on your daily schedule?
What would you do in my situation?
I would never put myself in such a situation.
You're young. I could never have imagined myself in my current position. Yet, here I am in front of you. We all make mistakes, Mr. Holmes. And I'm no exception.
Boniface Mercurio, does the name mean anything to you?
He's an artist, right?
The one responsible for the painting that compromises you. I found him dead in his room.
Oh, that is bad. Wait, you don't think that I have anything to do with this?
You had motive to kill him.
Maybe I did, but listen. I know how this looks, but murder? That's on another level. I had thoughts that this Mercutio...
Mercurio?
Well, him, yes. I thought he could have been the blackmailer. But I was too afraid to make any hasty decisions. There were plenty of ways to fail by making a move, so I chose to wait, to see what he would do next. You have to believe me.
I don't believe people, I believe evidence.
Then look at the evidence. Mr. Holmes, I've built my entire career on hard work and uncompromising dedication to the Crown. I made a mistake, but I'm not a villain from some cheap adventure fiction. By putting me behind bars, you will benefit precisely no one.
Rotting in prison is the least you deserve, but I have a better idea. You will make amends and help the ones you hurt. Use your connections to help patriate the refugees, find them decent homes, give them jobs. There must be a meaning to your position and my decision.
Yes, all right, I can do that. So, will you give me the photograph now?
That's not all. Naylor deserves the very utmost of what you can do.
Help the girl? I can't risk the press paying extra attention to her. I will do anything except that.
I need to think this all through. Don't do anything foolish in the meantime.
What makes you think you can decide what's best for these people?
Such is the arrogance of British imperialism. I take your point.
Come on, it's not like we've got anything better to do.
Some other stuff first. Let's go to the police archives. Okay, so we have to look for the intruder. Smuggling. The district where all the people are living. The subject. Suspect. Then we find a clue. Nicoli Bernadotti questioning summary. Niccolo Bernadotti, born 1834, is a businessman and patron well known in Cordona, the founder and owner of the Bernadotti Company Limited, established in 1873. Main office, South Eastern Scalario Bazaar Road near the crossing with Roman Road. Mr. Bernadotti was brought in for questioning on February 13, 1876 after a tip-off from one of our anonymous sources. The source provided information that points to Mr. Bernadotti's connection to the smuggling of liquors and items of antique art between British colonies, Cordona and the rest of the United Kingdom. People allegedly working for Mr. Bernadotti's company were previously linked to a number of unlawful activities, including robbery, violence, racketeering and blackmailing. Mr. Bernadotti was called in for questioning as a witness since there is no tangible evidence available to serve any charges. During the questioning carried out by myself and Officer Booth, Mr. Bernadotti claimed to be unaware of any operation effects were provided by a source. No information could be obtained on his activities before he moved to Britain, documented or otherwise. As Mr. Bernadotti claims, up until 1873 he lived in Sicilia, Italy, where he had a pending business until he moved to London and began importing goods. Conclusion: it is not possible to incriminate Mr. Bernadotti with anything connected to the case. Inspector Herbert Ryder.
An impressive slice of life. The police had a lot on him and at the same time, nothing at all. Amateurs.
So let's
A fresh newspaper? I wish you pleasant reading.
okay. So these are 3 newspapers from the 3 Mycroft cases. So the bookshop, the owner that was killed, and yeah, but that was those 3 things. Where are we? Okay.
These workers don't look like your average Cordona folk.
They're refugees from the camp.
There is the place. It's here. We are dressed as the detective from the clothes we received from the police station, because that is an for the short temper achievement.
That's our way in, Sherry.
May I help you, officer?
I must speak to Mr. Bernadotti. There's been trouble at the refugee camp. You will want to learn the details.
The camp, you say? Aye, sir. You can go in.
Okay.
Sherry, that was almost too bright an idea to enter a bandit lair, not just disguised, but disguised as a copper. That was one hell of a risk, but a lot of fun.
Ah. 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 I did it wrong. Yes, I already get that. I already got that achievement. So to get the short temper achievement, where you need to, you have to put on Sherlock's regular clothes. So the standard default clothing he wears also in the cover of the game. So the purple black detective clothes. Put that on. Then you talk to the guard like we did, but then you have to say, I'm an investigator, and then you will able to hit them. And then you go into the building, and then as you enter the building, you should have unlocked the short temper achievement. And then once inside, you have to take out bandage. But yeah, since we were in a police outfit, I didn't know we could just enter the abandoned lair. So yeah, this is new. So we have to head to the door.
The Silverhand treasure.
Sherry, look!
Loads of pirate
This
gold
seems
buried
familiar.
somewhere around, just waiting to be found. It's all right, there's no treasure.
An amazing piece of culture. I imagine many collectors and museums would be interested in having it. A Dogon statue from West Africa. A century old at least. Masks, traditional for the Chokwe people of Central Africa. VH Grindley Flow Blue tableware. This is what lies behind the facade of Bernadotte Company Limited. Let's see what's hidden there. Vogel's stolen painting. Isn't it curious how it developed into a much more interesting case?
This marble fella, it's like he was made after my image. You see it?
Running late, officer. Your friends left not too long ago.
So yeah, if you defeated the yeah, you did follow the trophy route, so walk around in Sherlock default clothing, choose the I'm an investigator, and then hit the guy. You get to unlock achievement. You get inside, you have to do invite gaming. Then when you walk through this door, the bandit will actually run away. But yeah, we're wearing officer clothing.
This is it. This is where all the magic happens.
I suppose it's Mr. Bernadotte with our fine governor. "1875. It was taken a few years back. John, how many people in Cordona have a photograph with the governor, do you think?
You definitely don't have one.
Excuse me, Mr. Bernadotte is busy right now.
I don't know who you are, but someone will be punished for letting you in. But first, let's talk.
Sherry, don't you think this office suits me?
Whenever you're ready. I'd hate to intrude.
Neck, tattoo, fingers, arm, gun, weapon, and the other hands. with a ring. And he's a ruthless crime lord. You can choose either of the answers. So it is gang tattoo, different from the others. Also pistol, cold-blooded, hardened hearts, doesn't shun, dirty work, wedding ring, married, damaged skins and hats. Pellagra. So you can choose either ruthless crime lord or calculating mastermind. In this case, it doesn't really matter which one. See, it doesn't really matter.
Niccolo Bernadotti, I presume? The name is Sherlock Holmes, and I'm afraid I bring bad tidings.
Is that so?
The man you sent to the refugee camp failed in his task. He impaled himself on his own blade. A clumsy and chaotic end.
For a man who just broke onto my property, you are more businessman than brute. You have my attention, Mr. Holmes. Do not waste it.
Mr. Bernadotti, do you know the name Boniface Mercurio?
I do not.
Mercurio was a local artist. Recently, a man broke into his apartment, ransacked the place, and killed him. The thief was looking for something.
You are testing my patience, boy.
In a moment, the connection will reveal itself. As I said, your man was found dead in the refugee camp. He was there to kidnap a woman, but the other refugees intervened to try and save her. The ensuing scuffle resulted in the man's accidental suicide. He sported the same tattoo as your men in this building. In fact, it also bears a resemblance to the one on your neck. Care to explain what business your man had with this woman?
You have no idea what you are talking about. I can assure you this was no kidnapping. The refugees in the camp are on edge. What happened there is a tragic accident, one I am not responsible for.
For what reason was your man there if not to abduct her?
Why would I answer? You are yet to justify your presence in the slightest.
I was hired, privately, to investigate the recent theft of a painting from an art gallery. My investigation led me to a man from your organization, and thus, to you, Mr. Bernadotti.
That is quite a stretch. Why would I need to steal a painting when I could buy anyone I wanted?
Interestingly enough, I spotted the stolen painting in your storeroom.
I buy and sell a lot of things, Mr. Holmes. Unfortunately, if this is true, it is not the first time I have been sold stolen merchandise. I presume you were hired by the owner of the gallery. Tell them to contact me, and we'll sort out the situation. So, this painting is why you broke into my office. So many words, so little action. When you barged into my office, Mr. Holmes, I got the impression you wanted to talk business. Now I see you had come just to talk. Tell me exactly what you want, or get out.
It was necessary groundwork for what comes next. I have enough evidence to conclude that the gallery thief, the artist's killer, and the dead man in the camp are all the same person.
Your time is almost up, Mr. Holmes.
Before you draw your gun, there is one final detail I am yet to mention. The young woman your man was tasked to collect from the refugee camp had been defiled at a perverse masquerade party. That violation was captured in a photograph by Boniface Mercurio and used as a reference for his painting. The photo shows the attacker's face.
Finally. That's why you're here, Mr. Holmes. You have the photograph.
It is what your man was after when he broke into Mercurio's apartment, and it is what you're after too, isn't it, Mr. Bernadotti?
You have the photograph with you. How much do you want for it?
I am not naive enough to carry it with me, but I am yet to decide what I shall do with it. I know the man in the photo is a British envoy. What interest do you have in his downfall?
I must admit, I am rather impressed by how comprehensively you have pursued this matter. And so, you deserve the honest answer. My business dealings are often arduous in their bureaucracy. A man in his position, willing to look the other way, could ease my work significantly. In return, I will make sure no one looks his way either. A favor for a favor.
Also known as blackmail, the modus operandi of any true professional.
It was not originally my idea. Mercurio set things in motion, extorting the envoy for the most trivial of ends. Money. In response, the envoy hired my man to retrieve the painting and the photograph, eliminating Mercurio's leverage. I only learned the whole story after the artist was killed in his home.
And rather than extricate yourself, instead you took over Mercurio's venture.
It fell into my lap. As a businessman, I simply seized the opportunity. Now, how much do you want for the image?
I could not help but appreciate the collection of smuggled artifacts in your storeroom. You have rather diversified your business.
Oh, high and mighty of you, Mr. Holmes. Not all smuggling is immoral. I pay generous rates to developing cultures and spread their culture to eager buyers. And furthermore, I supply many immigrants with a taste of home.
A very convenient way of thinking.
I have traveled wildly, Mr. Holmes. I've seen people in far-flung lands for whom my services are a lifeline. Without them, they would starve. The tax on cargo is often so absurd that it would be more profitable to simply sink your ship than dock it in the harbor. And trust me, I am speaking from experience.
Why did you send your man to remove the woman from the camp?
Without a photograph, her testimony was the next best thing. Securing her was in everyone's interest. Victims and witnesses, all too often, disappear. I thought the girl was safer with us. I did not anticipate what would happen at the camp.
I saw refugees from the camp at your warehouse. They work for you.
I have made certain arrangements with City Hall and the police. Thanks to me, refugees can work and be paid. It's a pathway to freedom.
And how much do you save by capitalizing on their cheap labor?
I have heard no complaints. They seem happy just to get out of that slum.
Why should I give you the photograph?
Just name your price.
What if my price were not money? You claim to have connections, Mr. Bernadotte. Perhaps you could improve conditions for the refugees. Give them a chance for a better life.
Ha! I do have connections, Mr. Holmes, but help the whole camp? You are asking too much. I could, however, make arrangements for one person. The woman who was violated will have her own home outside the camp, solely for her and her child. She will no longer be a refugee, but a princess. That I can guarantee.
Is that really possible?
It will be neither fast nor easy, but I can do it. She deserves it, don't you agree? And as for her abuser, he will serve me as much as he deserves.
So in your plan, everybody will be given their due. Especially you, Mr. Bernadotte.
Seems like a fair deal, no? I doubt anyone could offer you better. Simply give me the photograph, and the world becomes a better place. I give you my word.
I opened the front door for you. Please, sir, do not linger.
So yeah, we're almost at the end. So now you have 3 options. You can give the photograph to the envoy, Thomas Norton. Give the photo to Bernadotte. Or give the photo to Vogel. If you give the photo to Vogel, the art gallery, the information will be leaked to the press, to the media, but it will destroy the reputation of the anvil and doesn't help the refugees. If you give it to Bernadotte, Nela will be helped, but all the refugees not, and the envoy will be blackmailed. And if you want to get the trophy achievement, to unlock that one, the voice of the people, give the envoy the picture, the photo, and he will approve the conditions for all refugees. So yeah. So if you want to get
a contest for the guests of Cordona. Find hidden treasure.
So if you want that, if you want the achievement, give the photo to the envoy.
Have you thought it all through?
Almost. The refugees, what will happen to them?
Well, I wouldn't be standing here in this fancy office if I didn't know how to pull the right strings. In fact, it's the only thing I know. The local governor will receive a decree signed by the House of Lords containing a request to patriate the refugees in the name of the Crown.
From where did you gain such influence?
I never asked you how you found the photograph. So don't ask the magician how he performs his tricks.
But how can I believe you?
I presume you do believe in my selfishness. The initiator of the refugee salvation will be none other than the British envoy, saviour and protector of those in need. It's a win situation for me, too. Now, what about the photograph?
You deserve to be punished, but the greater good is what matters here. I won't bargain it for justice for Nela.
I'm glad that this situation is over.
It will be over when you settle the matter of the refugees.
You have my word, Mr. Holmes.
So yeah, to get the Voice of the People trophy, you have to help the wounded refugee man in the camp by finding the boiled water in the big round kettle, clean clothing, wash clothing on the line, and the aloe vera plant that's on the right side, the same street road as the dead guy lying. And if you give the picture to either of the other guys, you will be automatically transported to the art gallery to inform Vogel about the case.
Mr. Holmes, you've returned. Have you uncovered anything new about the theft?
I've brought news, but not all of it will please you.
Fill me in, Mr. Holmes. I won't shoot the messenger.
I tracked down Boniface Mercurio.
I presume he wasn't delighted about the situation.
He was not having a good day on account of his murder. Killed in his own flat by the same person that stole his painting.
Oh, sweet Mercurio, perishing in the pursuit of his art. How apt. I will miss his exceptional sense of humour.
I located the thief, but found him rather cold. He was tight-lipped about the painting, too.
He's dead. How very droll, Mr. Holmes. One presumes you were not responsible.
It was an accident at the refugee camp. He impaled himself on his own knife.
Life is nothing if not cruel and capricious. What about the stolen painting? Have you located it?
I found the painting, but I could not retrieve it.
Well then, where is it?
In Bernadotti's office.
Bernadotti? That shady businessman? Why would he steal it from me?
I'm afraid you'll have to ask him yourself.
I take it you found something more then. What happened to your crusade of truth? Was it not that important after all?
No truth will satisfy you, Mr. Vogel.
It was not an attack, Mr. Holmes. If you've chosen not to tell me, I respect your intention. But it is just rather boring, isn't it?
It is what it is.
Well, now that we've resolved all of our outstanding matters, I have a gift for you. I took the liberty of having it delivered to Stonewood Manor. I am told it belonged to your mother.
And what exactly have you sent me?
Frankly, I'm not sure how to answer that. I trust you'll know.
Previously, you mentioned there may have been more to my mother's passing than consumption. It appears you were right.
Oh dear, I'd hoped to be wrong.
She was unstable, mentally unwell. She required sustained, specialized treatment, but her madness persisted.
I knew that Violet had disappeared from the public eye, but had no idea of her suffering. I cannot imagine what you're feeling.
I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Vogel. I am curious to see what you have procured.
Extra, extra! Frosty is interested in some... Check the front page. You won't regret it.
So yeah, we finished the fourth main case after the gilded case about the elephants. We did the muse from abroad at the art gallery. So I'm gonna end it here, and tomorrow I'm gonna continue. There are a lot of side cases, including DLC stuff. Yeah, thank you for watching, and wish you all well.